Oh, do you guys hear me? All right, good. Well, I told all these great jokes, and they've been lost to the world. All right, I'm glad you guys hear me. So I was just saying, I hope you enjoy this amazing music. It's entitled Vibes. It is some great stuff. Elevator music has made a comeback, as we know, via Twitter Spaces, and that's a good thing. I'm here for it. But anyway, I have not done a space in some time. I have been focusing on my Substack group, which you can join, and I will occasionally join in other people's spaces. Hopefully, not hijack them or derail them, but definitely contribute to them. And those have been fun late night. But anyway, I heard earlier today that I was called out by none less than Christopher Rufo, the man about town conservative ideologue, uh, guy who invented critical race theory, at least critical race theory as we know it, as this thing that people need to go to school board meetings and yell about. They need to search for elements of critical race theory all over the place. I actually learned a little bit about critical race theory when I was in graduate school. I never, it was kind of out and lame then, um, but that was many years ago. Uh, I'm afraid, the mid 2000s, but it made a comeback via Christopher Rufo. He's an interesting character. He is a rather bold guy himself. He's a young Earth creationist, a former member of the Discovery Institute. So that is where he is coming from. He definitely has a talent. I don't think there's really anything to these guys intellectually like, Rufo or James Lindsay or something, but they do have a certain talent for, I guess politicking is the right word. I mean, I know he's a public intellectual, not exactly a campaign manager, but he definitely has a talent for that. And he's able to find these little wedges or these little cracks and focus on them and get normies obsessed about them. So I have not listened to the whole thing. So if I miss anything or misrepresent, please, that's you guys are here to correct me. Uh, but I did listen to a little bit. So I guess I should say thank you, Christopher Rufo. Rufo was claiming that he does not want to destroy me. So I guess I won't be burned as a heretic, and that seems nice. But to be fair to Rufo, I think there is a bit of Christian kindness in there. We don't want his children to starve, but we shouldn't acknowledge him. Although, of course, he's acknowledging me while doing that. And I think I was also called that as evil. But there was also something that I found rather interesting. So one of Christopher Rufo's co-speakers mentioned that so they painted me, I think, fairly accurately. They were like, "Oh, Richard Spencer, he doesn't really have a base, so we don't need to deal with him. He's just out there as this evil force, Dark Lord of the Sith, but he doesn't appeal to the conservative voting bloc," which is, largely true. Um, but what do you do if there is some kind of white nationalist that arises and is actually engaging in white nationalism? And one of them said something rather interesting, which is that we should engage with him and, in a way, use him in order to defeat the left. And I think some other people had some problems with that, but it was a very interesting comment. And I think it actually tells us a lot about the right in general. So, first off, most immediately, someone like Christopher Rufo is engaging in white nationalism. He's engaging in white nationalism of a very specific kind, and he's engaging in the Southern strategy, in effect. It is the Southern strategy that has never really gone away. There was a very famous interview with what's his name? I'm forgetting his name. He was a strategist. It will come to me in a second. Where he said, at one point we could just yell out the N word. That would do. You could get votes that way. Then we had to kind of Atwater is his name, Lee Atwater. Then he worked for Reagan. He worked for a ton of people, but he got his name. He claimed to fame in the Southern strategy politics, Southern politics. And he would say, we used to be able to yell out the N word. That was good enough. Then you have to make it a little more abstract and a little more subtle. You need to talk about forced busing or desegregation of schools or the right of religious schools to exist. So everyone knows that there's a racial undercurrent to it all, but you don't just come out and say it. And he said, then by the 80s, we've become very abstract, and so you start talking about tax cuts and so on. But he acknowledged the animosity that ran through all of these kinds of things, a racial animosity, a way of let's go hunting where the ducks are, in Barry Goldwater's words. Let's go win over the former Dixiecrats from the 40s. Let's go win them over for Republicans. Barry Goldwater was also pretty open about this. Most conservatives were pretty open about what they were doing at the time. Now, later on, they'll come up with all sorts of justifications and equivocations about how that's not really what they were doing. But the fact is, they were highly successful at it. I believe it was it Bill Clinton? Now, is Bill Clinton still held on to a lot of these things? I think it was Al Gore who lost his own state in a presidential election in 2000, and that state was Tennessee. So he was a kind of older style Democrat that already suffered from the Southern strategy. And the Southern strategy has given us the red state, blue state divide, more or less, that we see today. It's at least the background cause for it. Now, I think in a way, the Southern strategy, I mean, you could dismiss it, you can say it's nasty and we've moved on, but it persists. And I don't think the Republicans really have anything else besides it. And I would even go further when I'm discussing the so-called dissident right or white nationalist, race realist, etc. I came to this realization when we were having a discussion on my Substack page. I believe that all of those people, let's think of, like Jared Taylor, VDare, all of this kind of stuff. Now, I don't mean some of the latter characters exactly like BAP or what. I don't quite mean that, although I think they're maybe kind of connected with it. But I mean more of when you say the term white nationalist, what do you mean? You mean like American Renaissance or Videre, maybe Sam Francis if you're a little more literate, etc. My sense is that these people, when we look back at them, and they might have even been conscious of this, were in effect Southern strategy ideologues in the sense that they might have claimed in their articles or on stage that, the Republicans, that, you can't trust them, they're a bunch of wimps or what have you. But that was all window dressing. At the end of the day, white nationalism as we know it is a kind of reification, I guess is the right word, of Southern strategy politics. It is about electing Republicans at the end of the day through some kind of racially tinged or outright racialist political engineering campaign led by these guys. You could also say that these are the guys who kind of take the rhetoric seriously. Lee Atwater was cagey and ruthless enough to know that you just use this type of stuff to get elected. Whereas white nationalists, a lot of the alt-right, Jared Taylor, et cetera, they almost believe their own rhetoric. They almost think that this is a serious thing. So there is no Republican engineering throughout my lifetime without Southern strategy racialism. And Rufo is the mastermind behind critical race theory. Now, let's just be honest here. What do y'all think that's about? Do you think that's really about some critique of a quasi-Marxist legal theory? Or do you in fact think that it's just a academic term that they found that they are going to use to continue the Southern strategy under a new guise? Let's just be honest about things and call a spade, as it were. A lot of people seem to want to speak. I'm not quite yet done speaking, but I will allow you guys to jump in. Just remain on mute for a little bit, and then I'll get to you after I finish my point. So I think I've established that there is, first off, Republican politicking is white nationalist at on some basic level. Now, is this slowly going away? Are we going to see something new? Hispanics coming into the Republican Party, et cetera, et cetera. Those are all interesting and important issues, but I don't think we should get away from that brutal reality of the matter. Now, I think there's another interesting quality to this, and I've suggested that conservatism is really like a multi-level marketing scheme. And I think that's the best way to think of it. So if you are selling Tupperware or Mary Kay or suitcases or what are some or essential oils or whatever, it works this way. There's the central organization that produces the product, and you create a kind of downstream or pretty much pyramid scheme effect as a seller. So you'll go out and sell to your friends, and if some friend is really into these amazing, doTERRA essential oils, you'll say, well, maybe you should sell them on. And so they become a new channel with a new group of friends, and thus a new downstream. You are upstream of them, so you're getting a few cents on every sale they make, and the center node is obviously getting most of the revenue. It's a typical pyramid scheme like situation. I mean, the ultimate pyramid scheme is, I go to friends. I have two friends and say, each of you give me $1,000, and then you can go to two other friends and get $1,000 for them. Well, these things obviously will inherently collapse. I remember actually when I was in high school in Dallas, Texas, there was this scandal of a just outright pyramid scheme, just unadulterated pyramid scheme, but it was called Women Helping Women. And so it's like, it's not a pyramid scheme, it's women helping women. See, you give me 1,000, your friends give you 1,000, it all works out. Obviously, these things collapse after a while, but if you get in early, the getting's good. So conservative politics is in effect a pyramid scheme. There are upstream and downstream channels. So I don't know exactly what's going on right now, but when I look at, say, 2020 conservatism, even someone as totally outrageous and outlandish as Nick Fuentes was, in effect, a downstream channel of Donald Trump. In a way, he was in the same pyramid scheme as Chris Rufo. He was in the same pyramid scheme as all of these guys, as National Review, as other people who are respectable. They're all selling fundamentally the same product, the central node, which is, at that time, Donald Trump. And Nick Fuentes has his own friend group, crazy kids, incels, white nationalists, online maniacs. He has that friend group, so he can sell them the product. Chris Rufo has a different friend group. He sells them the product, but it's all the same thing. And so, one of the reasons, certainly not the only reason why I endorsed Joe Biden, and I did that, first off, genuinely. I didn't do that in some cynical fashion. But maybe there was a little bit of cynical motivation, I'll admit, is to get away from that, to actually gain independence from this multi-level marketing scheme. I do think Joe Biden is a pretty good president, and I would defend that, go to my grave with it, in fact. But I will admit that there was a little bit of kind of cynicism in my motivation, is to get out of that pyramid scheme. But anyway, for someone like Chris Rufo, you are connected with Nick Fuentes, whether you like it or not. Because first off, to go back to my first thesis, you are participating in the exact same kind of racial politics that he is. Secondly, you are in the same MLM structure as he is. You guys just have different channels, and one of you might be upstream or downstream of the other, but you're in the same structure. You're fighting the same, you're selling the same product, you're fighting the same battles in the sense that you were both, connected to keeping Trump in office post the 2020 election. Anyway, I think those are some good points. I've spoken for about 15 minutes. Those are some good points to get the conversation started. So, what do you guys think of my vision of conservatism? Vic, I will go to you first.
Hey, sorry about the delay. Yeah, I think your vision of conservatism is interesting. I also think it's largely imaginary, quite frankly, because the animating, and you know this better than me, given your own past, like the animating feature of the current conservative movement, insofar as it really exists, is a combination of white grievance politics and also like nativist nationalism, right? Like
Well, isn't
that's
that what I'm
exactly.
saying?
Oh, sorry. I guess I might have misunderstood if that is what you said, but uh,
Okay. No, I'm
my
saying
apologies.
I argued for about 10 minutes that the Southern strategy has never gone away.
Right, and well, yes, and my question, though, I guess, kind of to turn it back on you, is like,
Okay.
eventually the Republican Party, as it currently exists, will find its way back to power, but their current coalition is not enough to give them a national majority. So like, what is that path to them? And of course, then the question, then what I also think is like, if they stay on this path, which I don't think they can get off of, how do they build a coalition that can actually govern? Because we've seen for the last what 40 years now that given their current coalition they literally cannot govern the political incentives, the coalitional incentives of their southern strategy fueled party are just fundamentally at odds with the idea of governance, right? This is why we've had so many shutdowns, debt ceiling, uh, fights, et cetera, throughout the last 4 decades. So, what does that look like? Because I don't know how it succeeds.
Okay, I've got enough to go on there. So, first off, I don't think they can govern because, as many people say, and they're right, the conservatives don't have ideas. But I don't think that's even a product of like Trumpism or Matt Gaetz or something. I think it's an inherent product of conservatism since 1955 and the, standing athwart history yelling stop, which was the call line of National Review. And so there's something inherently negative. Let's throw a wrench in the system. Let's, make the government so small that we can drown it in a bathtub. Like it's not ever been a party of ideas. And the idea that like we could go back, 20 years and it was better, I think is false. And no one really takes conservatives seriously as intellectuals. I mean, conservatives can complain all they want about, oh my gosh, there's all this bias in academia and so on. And look, to be fair here, I think there probably is some bias in academia. But the overwhelming reality is that conservatives are running small businesses and making money or doing what or linking up with their church or whatever. They're not pursuing the life of ideas. Like it's not like there's this great stable of conservative intellectuals that like could be teaching at these universities, but they've just been pushed out, they've been ostracized. I find that ridiculous. And a lot of the conservative intellectual institutions are indicative of this as well. Now, I would say a couple of other things just to pick up on. So I don't think they can govern. I don't think they want to govern. I think they want to be crazy, or at the very least, shrink government and cut taxes, or maybe at the very worst, cut entitlements or do something. I don't think they have any sort of governing philosophy. Now, the Democrats, despite, from at least my perspective, many flaws and things I don't like, at the very least, it's a natural party of governance and power. And so even if they have some, wild childs in the party, which I of course grant you that they do, it's like, well, they're going to have to moderate. They're going to have to put in Joe Biden at the end of the day. They're going to have to go with Gavin Newsom. They're going to have to go with someone who's going to split the difference and govern. With the conservatives, there's no real impulse to do that because they don't want to govern anyway. Now, in terms of like an election or a political coalition with the Republican Party. Now, I think a lot of people for a long time have been saying they're going to be demographically displaced. And it's not just that whites are becoming a smaller minority of the population. I think it's actually far worse than that. Whites are fleeing the Republican Party. Donald Trump received a smaller percentage of the white vote than did Mitt Romney. And he actually received very small but larger percentages of the Hispanic and black vote. Now, that's something that's just a fact, but I keep saying this and people think I'm lying. Whites, working class whites who used to vote Democrat, even in as late as 1992, 75% of non-college educated whites voted for Bill Clinton. That's reversed by 2016. 75% of them are voting for Donald Trump, et cetera. But the also true that middle class, suburban professional, these types of people, these are white people. They're actually well-to-do, well-educated, successful white people are leaving the Republican Party in droves for a variety of different reasons. That being said, I think that this talk of like a multiracial working class or whatever, I think that there's some sort of truth to that meme. Now, I know that it's said by Marco Rubio and Hawley and whatever, and we think that these guys are full of shit. Fair enough, but there kind of is some reality to this of the Republican Party becoming a kind of FU coalition. And I think Michael Moore was just absolutely correct when he located this in that speech he gave of saying, the billionaire and the homeless person, we all have the same amount of political power at the end of the day on that special day, election day. And if you just want to stick it to the man, stick it to your boss, stick it to the judge that, took your kids away, stick it to the HR manager who fired you. If you want to do that, you vote Trump. And I would say more generally vote Republican. So there is the basis of a kind of multiracial up yours coalition that would include a lot of non-white people. But again, I can sympathize with such a thing. I can understand such a thing. But would I ever want to be a part of such a thing? Hell no. There's something pretty profoundly insulting about a political party basically dedicated to yelling F you in the face of your boss or whatever. And it's certainly not going to attract, to go back to the intellectual question, it's not going to attract them. So I think the Republicans might do well. Look, I get these very strong feelings that Donald Trump might very well win the 2024 election. And I can't believe I'm saying that. But I just have to be truthful about the situation. There are some real serious problems with Biden. And I like him, but I'm not the public. Donald Trump has a fanatical, enraged base. And that is really important. Those are people who will never go away. They would rather die than not vote for him. And I can see it happening. And some polls, there are one or two polls here and there, but they're kind of bearing that out. So anyway, let's go. I'll go to the hands first, since you guys seem a little more motivated. I'll go, and I'll get to Jeff later. But Ace, you've been up here. Your turn.
Yeah, I was going to ask if you're familiar with, like you said, Haywood kind of dabbles in the philosophy, which I don't know if you see that as misdirection, but Millerman also does a very similar thing. I think he translated like the Dugan books or something. He's a very similar character, but what you would say that all of that is obfuscating the bigger goal?
No, I wouldn't say that about someone like Millerman. No. I was more directed at like the Claremont Institute or whatever. That's what I was referencing.
Would there be
Or
a
Hillsdale College or so. I think all of that is the partisan politics come first, and then they kind of like come up with a Western canon to justify that. But I mean, I don't think Millerman. I mean, I don't know the degree to which Millerman is like connected to GOP politics or anything. But he strikes me as a, I don't know, fairly interesting guy. I don't have any problem with him.
Okay, yeah,
I think he blocked me on Twitter for what that's worth. All right, Jeff.
Oh, hey. Hi, Richard. Hi, everyone. Yeah, interesting discussion.
Why?
I was in the...
Do you want to add on something there quick, Ace, if you want to? But then,
can you hear Jeff right now?
Okay, Jeff.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, hi. Can you hear me?
You're getting muted, Ace.
Oh, well, it's nice to be here. I was in
All right, Jeff, you're up.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I think it's not working, so I'm gonna...
Is this one of those things where...
I'm gonna leave and come back.
There's a bug?
Yeah, Jeff, I can hear you. I don't know if
Yeah, he's talking, but I think it's a malfunction.
Okay.
Do you want me to leave and then come back?
Here, Jeff. This is this weird bug. So why don't you just go out and then I'll let you back in. God, I hate this bug. Okay, Mercury, you've got the floor. Hopefully I can hear you.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I just have nice to meet you, by the way.
Nice to meet you.
I have 3 points. It's quick points. So first of all, I don't think unless it's like in a cage or a coliseum, you should punch anyone. And if you're a mainstream institution, you certainly shouldn't apologize for Bolshevik LARPing terrorists that make people fear for their safety, because this is America, no matter what they have to say, and I've always felt that way. Sincerely. First point.
Okay.
Second point, I think you do Rufo a disservice. Here, I'm going to pin a tweet, and you can take it down if you want. But what he's done with the brand critical race theories, he's totally diffused the brain of anti-racism by pointing out the logic of negation at work with all these brands, where if you're not anti-racist, you're racist. If you're not anti-fascist, you're fascist. That's a Manichean friend-enemy trick that you actually might agree with. That makes you, I think, I'm sure you've heard the horseshoe theory before, but you have a lot of in common.
So what you're doing here is giving Rufo credit for basically, kind of calling them out.
Yeah, he's demonstrating
saying that you're not just demanding that people be non-racist. You're demanding that they go full bore, Marxist in order to prove that they're not racist or something like that. Kind of called that out, and that might be politically successful, but it's just a good thing.
I'm saying, yeah, he's like he's negating the negation.
That's a fair point.
He's negating the negation, and he's demonstrating their method by using it. And he's not getting caught on his back foot going, I'm not racist. He's going, no, you're a critical race theorist.
Okay.
You're not
I think that's fair.
And, I think, I don't want to belabor that one too much, but I think he's a good...
Bill Crystal.
Hold on. Third
Bill
point.
Crystal Graper. Okay. This might be the actual Bill Crystal's alt account.
It actually is.
Hopefully. Go for it, Bill.
Okay. Hey, Richard. What I hear you're saying, I don't know if I'm completely getting you right, but is that these sort of Chris Rufo, Nick Fuentes types are all sort of grifters making money off of like the instinctual, white supremacy we all hold in our hearts. And I think that's true. And I think, they profit much more than they help the white race and all that.
Oh, did he pop out, or is that me?
I think you're having audio issues.
Do you guys hear me now?
Yeah. but I think there's a delay, so you're not hearing people like finish their.
Okay, I think he popped out.
Richard? Hello?
Okay, Jeff. Hopefully, I can hear you now.
Bill Crystal, did you want to finish
Oh
speaking?
my God,
Richard, can you hear me?
I can't hear you.
How's the weekly
Can
standard
someone
going,
This
Bill?
is
relay my
really
question?
frustrating. This is just a complete bug.
Ace,
I
can
don't
you
know
relay
what
my
is
question?
causing that.
Richard, do you
Richard,
wanna-
can you hear me by chance?
Oh, someone just texted me. So I can't hear the speakers, but they can. Let me do this. I'm going to take off.
It's over.
Richard, why don't
All
you
right.
add a co-host and then
I'm
leave
just
and come
going
back?
Bill, are you still in a
on
fight with Tucker Carlson?
speakerphone here. I don't know if this changes something. Ace, could you try to speak?
Yes. Did you hear anything Bill Crystal said?
Oh my God.
Bill said he's still mad at Tucker.
All right.
For making fun
Let
of
me
the
do
weekly
this.
standard.
Let me add a co-host.
I hope it's me.
Yeah.
All right, Ace,
here we
I
go.
have added you as a co-host.
Let's go.
So why don't you all right. Now I don't know if this changes anything. Someone just suggested that I do that. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
this
drop
might
out
help.
and then I'm gonna bring myself
I don't think-
back in.
I don't
Okay.
think I can do that. Yeah, sure. You let in one Bill Crystal Groiper and everything goes to hell.
Zog is after him.
This is Bab's alt hijacking the space. Typical.
I am back. Uh-huh.
I'd love to ask Richard about him, actually.
That usually doesn't go over well, but
Really?
Did y'all see the Bill Crystal ad today? Like Republicans supporting Ukraine?
Yeah.
No, I missed that.
All right.
Can you hear us?
We get
I can hear everyone now.
Let's go.
Why can't how hard is this technology? I mean, I know it's hard.
So
from
should
my
I repeat my
standpoint.
question?
Yes.
Yeah, it's over.
Okay. So what I hear you're saying is basically these like Chris Rufo, Nick Fuentes types are all sort of grifters, capitalizing on like our instinctual, racism and, but my question is basically like, aren't they like at the end of the day sort of serving like the interests of white people by doing this, even if they're enriching themselves, like getting people to vote for Trump and like anti-immigration policies?
Yeah.
Well, he has all those brown children,
Yeah.
I don't know if he'd be happy with them. Sorry,
Okay,
Richard.
don't jump in, Mercury. I understand what you're saying, but I don't really buy it. First off, my objection is not really so much to someone making money. I mean, I understand that this is a game and it's a living, etc. I'm not really objecting to that. Now, obviously, there might be some cases where they're just obnoxious grifter types. My general point is that the Southern strategy hasn't ultimately done anything for white people. And that is a reality that you have to face at some point. And to continue to pursue the same stuff over and over again, knowing that you're kind of pushing buttons and being nasty and getting a rise out of people, at some point, this just strikes me as very just discouraging and hopeless. It doesn't actually lead anywhere. And just getting people riled up to vote for Trump or whatever, I'm not sure what on earth this is accomplishing. So, I mean, I kind of see your point from your perspective, but, you live long enough, you see how useless all of this stuff really is.
Can I follow up on that?
Sure.
Uh, isn't like the immigration like so much worse under Biden now? Like we're having like 4,500 immigrants, illegal immigrants per day, because Biden, just wasn't hard lining enough on this issue. Like at the end of the day, like isn't Trump better even if he's just like looking out for Trump?
On what issue?
Immigration.
Immigration? I mean, I know that immigration is kind of bad right now, but what we've seen is this like continuance of Trump and Biden in terms of immigration policy and problems and effectiveness, et cetera. And as I've said many times, I mean,
Oh no.
Yeah, I lost him too.
Immigration is really baked into the cake at this point. Like the 2050, whites being a minority and we're having a majority minority population, that's happening, guys. I mean, it's weird when conservatives wake up to some problem that they can no longer solve. It's like they fixated on this thing of let's solve the immigration problem before this gets out of hand, well after it's even possible to do something. And that's why I do feel like so much of the, Tucker Carlson great replacement stuff, it's just this like endless whining and feeling of hopelessness and so on. I mean, what are you possibly going to do about this? And it makes you feel even better by ascribing like malign, evil motives to your enemies. So it's like, it's not so much that demographics are changing. That's obviously true, but like they did it for evil reasons. Like they hated you. And they want your life to be worse. At some point, this type of thinking, again, just strikes me as, first off, incorrect. But more than that, just rather discouraging and demoralizing. And Jeff, do you want to jump in?
Yes, third time's a charm. Can you guys hear me?
I hear you.
Excellent. Well, just to react to your opening, I would say that your view of the right is extremely cynical, and that can be a useful perspective, and I agree with a lot of it. I think it's kind of a clickbait party. The right's turned into this like clickbait, clout chasing, culture war, hot air kind of party. I think it's a fundamentally reactive and defensive movement. It lacks big, bold, exciting vision for the future, and currently, I think it's morally and intellectually bankrupt. In many respects, I would differ from you in that I'm careful about not painting with too broad a brush about the different personalities and different grievances, because I think there are big differences. Like Rufo, I have time for him. I do not have time for Fuentes, right? So I understand the point you were making, but I think it's a personality by personality thing, and I do have time for some people on the right and hearing what they have to say and so forth, and acknowledging where they're maybe being effective on legitimate grievances. And then there are people who just are like hot air chasers, and I think are really destructive to the republic. Where
I almost have time for Nick Fuentes at this point because it's so absurd. There's something kind of funny about, like, I saw this riff about how it was like, the big problem with today is that we don't have dictators with mustaches. Like, I want to live in a world where every
you like that, like, yeah, I mean, you like alpha,
so just kind of
you like the alpha
ridiculous
male guy, right? Like the alpha male, it's almost becoming a self-parody. So I can see that, but honestly, I just don't have time for like layers of irony or whatever. But I don't.
Yeah.
Like I said, I don't want to dwell on personality by personalities, and that's not where my point is. I think on the racial issue, um, I think it's complicated because you're right. It does animate a lot of the right, and some grievances I think are legitimate, and some are not. And the moral process on the right is kind of is really like confused and backwards. And I think the whole issue is very dysfunctional. Just to give you an example, I mean, the same people who are standing up you as the boogeyman probably would defend, flashing a strobe light on the migrants in Staten Island, which I just find completely reprehensible. Right. So it's like,
Yeah,
it's
I don't want to do that.
right. And yet, and also on the left, it's like the minute you talk about legitimate, like the one thing I took away from, flirting with the alt-right back in the day was there was a palpable feeling of dispossession. And that's a feeling that is there, whether we like it or not, whether it's logical or not. And there are healthy ways we can address it that aren't like, that aren't offensive to other people. Like I think on the racial issue, just as a country, we just need to have a healthier conversations about it and reframe it out of this like zero sum, my grievance versus your grievance, and like, oh yeah, you have a grievance too, I have a grievance too, and there's a positive sum outcome here for all of us. Like I think we can acknowledge that there is this feeling of dispossession in the space, and in some ways a healthier discourse around these issues would actually deflate that ability of kind of bad actors on the right to clout chase and use that Southern strategy, if that makes any sense. So I think that whole racial issue, I'm not sure I'm articulating myself effectively, but I just feel like it's a really dysfunctional discussion, and there's an opportunity, I think, to approach it approach it in a healthier way that kind of like takes the wind out of the sail of people just profiting from the grievance without actually building any constructive future for us. I've completely broken.
I wonder if some kind of centrist liberal might go there in a way.
They would, and that's what I find like on the left, like kind of like with say like Israel. On the right, I find that discourse very dysfunctional. It's like either super philo-Semitic or like anti-Semitic. And I'm just like, well, can't we be friends? Like, well, what does a healthy relationship look like? And I'm not an expert on that particular issue, but I see the Democrats having a much like healthier relationship there. And in some ways, I feel like it's easier to talk about like white grievance issues with centrist lefts who are like, yeah, we should give rural people internet access, like in healthcare.
Right.
Like I think they're and I think they understand the materialist perspective.
Maybe we should give them healthcare, but no more internet. I mean, if we give them full broadband internet, we're going to have QAnon on steroids coming out of the heartland, and that would be morally wrong.
That's a good point.
Wait, Richard and Jeff, can I ask a brief question about this? Sorry,
Richard, hold on. I have a question, Richard, really briefly. What?
No. I call on people.
Okay. Finish, guys.
Vic, do you want to jump in here real quick?
Yeah, just a real quick thing. So this is a question for you guys. So I'm coming from the left. I think both of you know this. Jeff, you and I have spoken several times, I think. So like insofar as like dealing with or minimizing this white grievance resentment that's really like palpable and causing a lot of these political problems in the US right now. Like my question is that even possible? Because like I'm looking at it from the left, and the way that the US government has tried to minimize like white grievance politics in the past is essentially bribing them, right? Through infrastructure projects, jobs programs, and things like that. Biden's doing that, right? And like I
Well,
just can't get the quote from in Politico about a month ago. Like they interviewed an Oklahoma restaurant owner or something like that, and they opened a brand new project from the CHIPS Act, and in his
so
town it was causing a huge boom, and he was told it was about at first he said that was a good thing, and then the reporter told him it was funded by Biden's IRA or something, and he responded, "I fucking hate this,"
so
essentially. So, like, I'm just wondering, is there a way past this? Because
Yeah,
I doubt it.
yeah. So just if I can respond real quick. So
Yes.
I think the argument that the left makes that's really compelling is a real materialist one, which is if we provide benefits to a group like internet or whatever, then that can help address the problem, or healthcare. And I think there's a lot of truth in that. But what that doesn't address is this like relative status decline in the emotional and spiritual aspect. I don't know if you've seen the play Lynn Nottage. She's a brilliant playwright. She wrote a play called Sweat, and it dealt with racial issues in like a small town in Pennsylvania. And I just thought it was so excellent at like capturing these different perspectives. So I think, Vic, to answer your question, I think the materialist stuff is one. And look, we don't need to like kowtow. I think the materialist stuff is one part of the equation, but I think there's this whole other part of the equation that's like therapy, like acknowledging people that yeah, we understand, like empathy basically. And it's not changing anything. It's not a policy thing per se. It doesn't have to be. But I think just acknowledging that people feel this way and giving space, like to be able to talk about it without being labeled a racist, white supremacist, like being able to share how they're feelings and having a critical conversations around these issues. Like I think that's the piece of this that is missing. So I think if we can get to the point where we have healthier discourse on these issues, like Richard said, like it's a fait accompli. Like we're not going back to an all white Christian country, like period, full stop. Like deal with it, make the most of it, right? And yet, like I think we can understand like relative status decline is a real thing. And if you're a straight white male, like your life in an average mid straight white male, like your life is a lot harder than, relatively speaking, than your grandfather's was, like in terms of relative status decline. And I can roll my eyes and roll my eye, like if I were, a minority or gay, I am gay. I could roll my eyes and say that, well, you're just going from super privileged to like slightly more privileged, right? And that's a totally legitimate take. But it also doesn't take away from the fact that that is still there and present, and that those emotions and feelings. I mean, that's what I picked up from exploring. I think they're genuinely like, that those emotions are there. So I would say the materialist and then also the spiritual, emotional side of it are the way to get to a healthier place. And we're in a situation, and the other thing I just wanted to say real quick is in the other space, the whole framing of it was punching to the right and this left-right distinction. And part of my political evolution has been evolving from a left-right distinction to actually, who wants America to be a healthy republic and who doesn't? Like that's my friend enemy distinction. And what I learned is that there are people on the left, many people on the left, who want a healthy republic, as I do. And there are people on the right and on the left as well who kind of work against that. And we see this with Menendez. Like if your friend enemy distinction is left versus right, then you're going to tolerate Menendez. If your friend enemy distinction is who's actually helping a healthy republic and who's not, it's a no-brainer that he should step down. So that's one way I've evolved in my take on that whole conversation.
With Menendez, I saw those photographs of his wife, and I guess we now know where he's been hiding his gold bars.
Where?
Okay.
It says, ask the clueless gay guy.
And this is the gay. She's got quite a rack, I have to say. Impressive.
So
okay.
true.
I just had to do that. Okay. Let me throw a little bit of cold water on that. So back in the 90s, I remember that there was a meme of I am socially liberal, but fiscally conservative. And so this was a kind of thing of, I'm cool with my boss being a lady and the gay guy who works in the cubicle next to me. But I mean, we've got to balance some budgets here, my dudes. There was something just very 90s about that. And you kind of assumed the sexual revolution, where it's like, I'm more than okay with my boss being a lady, because, you know what I mean. And that kind of thing. So it was socially liberal, fiscally conservative. Now, if you do actual polling of the American people, effectively no one is like this. Now, you might genuinely find some people like that in cities, but they
It's
are a
like the Koch
tiny,
brothers, and that's about it.
a tiny percentage of the population. Most people, in fact, are socially conservative and fiscally liberal. They're the reverse of that 90s pro. And so and Trump understands this, actually. I think he is weirdly a good politician in many ways when he recognizes that, like, getting rid of entitlements is just a no-go. And, like, we're not going to even talk about this. And et cetera. I think that's a very good move on his part. He understands the public. Getting rid of Social Security or Medicare, et cetera, is bad news. It's get your government claws off my Medicare. It's not, free me so that I can have affordable health care when I'm 85 or something. That is not acceptable. Socially conservative as well. I do think that, and I don't know this, obviously, but I think there probably is a fissure on the left coalition writ large on issues about, like, transgender people, particularly younger people. And I think it's kind of bubbling there. And some of those articles in the New York Times, it's not left wing. The New York Times is like a encapsulation of right thinking, left leaning, successful Americans. You saw there's some pushback on those culture things where you don't see that among, left-wing ideologues or, like, leftists on YouTube or something. You do see that there's a bubbling worry about this issue. The thing is, you can claim that, if only we dropped these culture war issues and just went hunting for the duck star. So we just send out a liberal to Ohio or Texas and say, I'm not going to even talk about gays and transgenders and whatever. We're just going to ignore it is even happening. And I'm just going to talk about protecting your Medicare. That seems like it would work, but it doesn't. And I think a lot of what you see from someone like Rufo and, like, the libs of TikTok phenomenon or things like that is that with people who are instinctually right-wing, there's an almost desire to go there. Like, I would prefer not to really talk about these issues. These other people prefer to, like, have libs of TikTok dominate their social media feeds. They want to go there. It's part of their identity is rejecting it and saying no and slamming it up against the wall. And so you can't, as, like, seemingly plausible as a Democrat being like, let's just drop the culture war stuff, you kind of can't. It's just so endemic, and it's so important for how people understand themselves that I don't think it's like a weird trick that the rich people do to keep us squabbling or something, or it's like, if only we could drop this, we could move forward. I wish that were the case, but I just don't think there's any reason to believe that that's the case. You can respond to that, Jeff, and then I will have to go to some other people, but go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I was just going to say, it's the equivalent of clickbait in media, right? Yeah. That's what gets the traffic and the hits, and it's easy to
but
be
it's deeper
get
in
it.
clickbait.
Well, right.
Because clickbait works because it's deep. It's like, even if it's just a picture. Yeah, it's like. Okay, well, real quick, even like clickbait, we forget, like, the evolutionary psychology of something like clickbait, like showing an image of, like, the top 10, bikini models. Like, it's clickbait, but it's clickbait for a reason. You're appealing to some base instinct on someone.
And that's the same that's the same as Libs of TikTok,
she
right?
is, she's absolutely
it's
appealing to
clickbait.
something really hardcore.
Right. And to your point, you have to have a little bit of clickbait in one's, if you're a media company like the New York Times, you have to have a little bit of clickbait to build audience. But if the whole publication becomes clickbait, then it just becomes trash. And that's what's happened to the GOP. It's like there's a Pareto optimal amount of culture war issues where it's like, hey guys, like culture wars, there are culture war issues. These are, somewhat important, and we should spend 15% of our energy on it, but not 90% of our energy on it. And so there's some optimal mix here. And I think in the absence of a deeper vision, that's what's really happening. The right has no sense of vision, no bold vision for the future. And in the absence of that, this culture war issues are occupying all of this space and oxygen. And it's the equivalent of political clickbait. So I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah. Okay. Let me go to fentanyl blow dart. That is quite a handle you've got there.
We've spoken a couple times in spaces before, Richard, but I wanted to jump on really quick to ask you, when you were talking just now, you said something about you can't send a liberal to Texas and have him avoid the culture war issues and be successful. Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania, he's sort of doing that right now. He's avoiding culture war issues. He's a Democratic governor, and there's some whisperings going on. People are saying he might be the 2028 Democrat candidate. Like, he might be the strong horse, the running horse, because he's avoiding the culture war stuff. I'm actually kind of surprised. That's why I appreciate your perspective, because you're kind of like a consensus breaker with most people on the right. So
yeah,
would you like to elaborate a little bit on that more?
Look, I think that explains Joe Biden. I mean, the irony of Joe Biden is that, Trump raised the specter of white nationalism in America. And the only way to fight it is to elect a really, really old white man. I think there are centrist Democrats. I mean, I get it. Joe Biden is one. Even Kamala Harris, in her way, is one. She's not popular, of course, but she is one. Shapiro in Pennsylvania. I don't know a lot about that part of the country, but I'll take your word for it. He was the guy who beat that the like candidate from Gab.
Doug Mastriano. Yeah. I'm a Pennsylvania Democrat. Can I briefly comment on that?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, just two things. One, Josh Shapiro isn't avoiding the culture war so much as he is just letting every other Democrat in Pennsylvania fight it for him on his behalf. And he was just basically deputizing everyone else running. But he's very much a cultural warrior. Like, he won largely because of abortion and January 6th and election denialism. And, you can, maybe not election denialism, but January 6th and abortion are definitely part of the culture wars, and he explicitly ran on protecting the LGBTQ community as well. So insofar as like he's avoiding getting the spotlight, that much is true, but he is like very much into the cultural left milieu as well. He's just a little quieter about it. And insofar as his 2028 prospects, the dude has the biggest head in Democratic politics right now. He is 100% running. He would run for 2024 if Biden wasn't running. It's very unlikely he's going to get out of the Democratic primary. He's burned a lot of bridges, and he's taken some unorthodox stances that might be popular in like a November election, but just will not fly with the primary electorate, especially given the current composition of the party.
Okay.
And Richard, this is an aside, but I have a question. I think you might have an interesting perspective on it. What do you think of The Economist and like a lot of like the, I guess you could call them like the Wall Street, like Bloomberg publications attacking Biden for Bidenomics, that he's reshoring and bringing like factories back to America?
I think that's great. Yeah, when you're being attacked by The Economist on that issue, The Economist can be actually a really good news source on many issues. But if, ideologically speaking, that's what they've been about from the beginning. So if they're attacking Biden, that's just, verification that he's awesome.
thank you so much for having me on. Sorry for
Sure.
derailing, but I really respect
No,
it.
you didn't derail. All right, I'll power through a few more here. So I'll just go down the list of people who haven't spoken yet. So sprotomaxi.jizz. I really cannot wait to hear what you have to say.
That's disappointing. He blew his load.
Sproto, you
Yeah.
got the floor. You got to unmute yourself. Sproto.
He blew his load.
This is a crypto sock puppet account. It's one of these spoofed accounts with followers. He follows me around. These people hate me because I critique crypto.
Really?
Yeah.
But he came into the space? How bizarre.
Yeah.
Okay, well, he just
follows
left,
me.
so. All right, my man Hunkle. How are you doing?
Yo, what's up, Richard? I was back to the Southern strategy. I have kind of an anecdote on that. I have some friends. I have a group of friends who are like frat bros who go to college, and they're like these college Republican types, and they're fun. I like them, but like when I talk to them, like they sound like basic bitch conservatives. But once you like really like have a couple drinks with them and you scratch the surface, you start to hear like white nationalist talking points. And it's what's even funnier is that like a lot of these guys are Jews, like raised Jewish, and
interesting.
It reminds me of a study that was done. I think it was like 22 million Americans hold like far right beliefs, and I often wonder like what metrics like those people like do they like are they far right on like immigration, or what far right beliefs do Americans hold, and to what degree are these Americans who hold far right beliefs, how many of them aren't even white?
Yeah. Well, I think we've seen that in the coming Trump coalition, which is not an entirely white coalition at all. And I think he's made tremendous or really significant gains among Hispanics. So I do think it's out there. I would just add that with a lot of liberals, it's kind of the same. Like you start scratching a liberal and you discover like Madison Grant underneath. Like there's some kind of progressive eugenicist atheist. So I think you can say this about a lot of people, but yeah, there's no doubt that I get that. I mean, it's going both ways. I'll retell a couple of anecdotes that I've told. I mean, I definitely feel this when I'll speak to a conservative, but I'll also feel things that are like genuinely scary. I think I've mentioned this anecdote on the Substack a few times, but I was one time just walking around just in downtown where I live in Whitefish, Montana, and this woman came up to me and she was like, "Oh, are you Richard Spencer?" And I was like, "Oh God, here we go again." This hasn't happened for a while, but no, it was something very different. She was like, we're not sure we trust you anymore. And I was like, what? Who's we? Trust? What are you talking about? And she handed me this spiral notebook. And this is a woman who was, attractive, middle-aged woman, totally normal looking. And she handed me the spiral notebook that was like her manifesto. And I read it that night, and it was the most bizarre combination of QAnon plus Catholicism, like all in one weird pink little package. Just talking about how like the Virgin Mary, she was like stressing how the Virgin Mary was not a feminist, and I was like, yeah. I agree. Anyway, it was truly, but that was almost like the least insane thing. Just all this weird, incoherent prophecies and fulfillments and signs that I still have it. And this was a woman. She struck you. If you ever met her, she would strike you as like a well-to-do, maybe like totally functional woman, and I think she was in her life. But you scratch her and you reveal this like biblical prophet underneath or something. So I think there is something like going on with Americans. I think in both ways. I think liberals are maybe cooler than we imagined. Basic bitch conservatives are far more racist than we ever imagined. And there are many people, millions of people, who are far more out to lunch or just absolutely deranged than we ever imagined.
I think that might be have you been following the development of the schizo right, and how even like mainstream publications like Rod Dreher's The American Conservative was publishing articles for years promoting psychedelic use as like a cure for PTSD, or you should just take it recreationally. Joe Rogan obviously promotes it, and now we
so
have,
Rod Dreher was promoting this. I find that.
There was a couple articles like the Christian approach to psychedelics, the psychedelic Dante,
Oh my God.
Yeah. And I mean, you also see it with like not just the QAnon stuff, but like they move past QAnon to like numerology and like looking for signs inside of movies. Like, oh yeah, they have like these subliminal messages of domination and control in the new Joker 2 movie. Like, they've lost the plot.
Well, granted, that's kind of what Mark.
Yeah, that's kind of what you do.
But
no,
ours is like rational, I would say, but yes. I know, I definitely see it. I definitely see it. I really am against the psychedelic stuff. I am a hardcore prohibitionist when it comes, particularly to marijuana. That is something I find horrible going on in Montana at this moment. You drive down the street and there's dispensaries. I would go all Elliot Ness on their pot smoking ass.
Whoa.
But that's just me.
The big problem I've been seeing is they've been pushing the psychedelics onto vets. So you'll see like a lot of vets walking around with like DMT vapes or like taking mushrooms. And I don't know if it's like a de-radicalizing thing or if it's like literally something, that actually does help with PTSD. But I don't think it's good to to have a healthy population just zooted out of their mind 24/7.
Worse, look, I've experimented with those sorts of substances before. I was a teenager, and it makes it worse in a lot of cases. I think that people should be protected from these sort of powerful psychoactive substances. Like, most people do not have the mental fortitude or like strength to use these drugs. And to give them to people with like trauma and like psychological problems is it sounds like a horrible idea.
It can help you integrate it, but probably in the average case, there is more risk than reward.
Yeah.
But like if you can confront internally, like totally, it can make you, a much more well-integrated person, I think, in my opinion. And that's what like people like Joe, that's like the caricature of what Joe Rogan thinks, right? And there's some truth to it.
But for every like Steve Jobs type figure that does LSD and it's expired, there's like probably 100 or 1,000 people who do LSD and it just fucks them up or makes them retarded.
No question. I don't totally dislike Joe Rogan, but I do think like figures like that are bringing irrationality into the world. And for every like kind of benign or whimsical thing, like that Netflix special from not too long ago on like, the Ice Age seafaring population, or Graham Hancock. For every Graham Hancock, which I say is kind of like thought-provoking and benign, maybe probably, I don't know, probably wrong, but kind of, it's like I'm glad to contemplate these things.
Well, I'd say
there's like 100 things that are just totally bogus that these guys bring to, and they can't differentiate them. They have like no capacity to sift. And so it's all right. It's all true. And I do think it's actually a huge issue.
That's a huge aspect of American identity, though, right? Psychonauts are a big part of the 19th century, and, people selling little alchemical solutions that are mostly worthless, right? If we're talking about American identity.
Saying this is a big part of them. I mean, are you justifying it by saying that? Or just saying we've had this problem for a while?
Well, the whole what is it to be an American is something I really contemplate because of you, right? And what it, like, historically, ritually, what does that really mean? But it could make us. You don't believe in exceptionalism, but it's a distinctive trait that could explain a lot at the very least, for good or for ill.
I kind of do believe in American exceptionalism, but in my own way. I do think there is something unique about America, and I think that's ultimately derived from two things. I think it's derived from geography, which is probably underestimated, and I think it also might very well be derived from the kind of first movers of people who came here.
Yeah, and
that is religious fanatics.
Right, and psychonauts on psychedelics going nuts, and this high variance society of anarchy, right?
Yeah. Alrighty, let's move on down. So, Polly, you have the floor. For the last year, I've been trying to go on dates with Polly, and I've had no success because I hear she's like recently divorced or something.
My divorce is not final.
But it's final in your heart, so yeah. Okay, sorry.
Brutal.
Okay, go for it, Polly. You've got the floor. Then I'll go to Jeff at raising hand, but go for it.
Well, I wanted to say I kind of agree. Like, I think Shapiro, though, could do better in a nationwide election than people think. He had a lot of support on the right, like a decent amount of support on the right because of his work as Attorney General and as a prosecutor. I think he went after like a bunch of pedophiles, so all those people love that. But what was I going to say? What was it? I think that before the election, I think, and I have absolutely no way of knowing this, but I think that there is going to be at least the appearance of a health event with Joe Biden that sways people over. And this kind of goes back to what you said about you think there's actually a healthy chance that Trump wins.
Yes.
And I tend to agree with you. Like, I've kind of been getting that vibe again. Like, that's how I felt in 2016. But, yeah.
So you think you're suggesting that the Democrats might create a sort of health event for Joe Biden to win sympathy? Or when you first started down that road, I thought you were suggesting that they might want to create a fake or real health event that they use to get rid of him.
Well, and then Kamala. But no, I mean, I think there's a unhealthy chance that Biden could have a health event or even if they try to cover it up, I think there will be the appearance of something being off, like no one saw him for 2 days or, something like that. But I think that's going to happen. And I think there's just a lot of weird stuff at play in our, you've talked about quite a bit of it, but there's a lot of weird stuff at play in our society right now, in our culture.
Yeah.
And people don't know shit. People are like freaking 13 in a summer camp. Like, they have no freaking idea what to do. So yeah, I think there's a good chance Trump could win, and I think that Democrats could totally prevent this by checking themselves, but they won't do it. So
yeah.
And Kamala should step down. I think Kamala should bow out on her own. It won't happen, but I think she hurts Biden more than his age, actually.
Why?
What?
Why? Why would she bow
out? Because she is a huge hindrance to them getting reelected, to Biden getting reelected. People don't trust her at all. Like, you know, if you think trust Biden, then trust Kamala Harris even less. The administration has not done a good job of making her appear all that capable and in control, you know. Yeah, I think she's a trigger for too many people on the right. And it's just, you know, I mean, come on, she doesn't have it. Like, that's not her future. So I think she should do the patriotic thing and be like, you know what, if Biden had someone else on the ticket and it improves our chances, then that's absolutely what we should do.
Do you think she's lacking charisma?
You know, that's the thing. It's like, I actually didn't mind her until she was vice president. Like, I feel like she lost a lot of her personality. Like, something happened with her personality when she became vice president. She seems very subdued and definitely lacks charisma now.
I think it's funny. Her best moments are when she's the most conservative. Like when she told the Guatemalans do not come in her like very straight voice. She's actually, I would say that like the reason why Democrats might abandon her is because she's actually hard line on things like crime.
Yeah, it could be. It did hurt her in the primaries, and in some cases, a lot of Californians even weren't happy with her for her prosecutorial history. So,
I think there's just the overwhelming reality that she's done these word salads, like, you know, the future is in front of us and the past is behind us, and what is time, what is being, was Heidegger right? You know, I mean, there are these weird word salads that just, it is a real turnoff. I don't know what is going on. I don't know if she's just terrified of like harming Joe or the party's chances or something. I'm gonna mute you there for a second. You're a little bit loud there, Paulie. I don't know if she's like terrified of harming Joe or the party, and so she doesn't want to say anything definitive or edgy, but she's a problem. All right, let me do this. Jeff, you've had your hand up for a little while, so ask a question, and then I'll go to these other newbies who have their hands up. But Jeff, go for it.
Oh, yeah, sure. So quick hot takes on the race. So personally, I want Biden to win a second term. Yes. I think there's a whole inside game that's happening in Washington. Inside game isn't the right word, but there's an inside work that he's doing to push out foreign influence and corruption that is really important, that a lot of Americans don't really understand. So I think I would like to see him win personally. There is a risk of a health event. And Harris, I think, to Kim K's point, isn't as bad as people think. I actually am fine with her as vice president, and I wouldn't want her as president. So, you know, if his health hangs on, then fine, whatever. You know, I do think there is a risk of his health, you know, deteriorating. And I think you can map out some of the different scenarios with, you know, how things could play out. You know, just with Trump, for example, he can, if he let's say he's allowed to run and wins the nomination, wins the presidency. So that's a shit show. And I want to not have that not happen. It'd be bad for the country. Let's assume he can run, wins the nomination, and then loses the presidency. That would actually be kind of a good outcome, because he, you know, you can't make the case that he wasn't shut down, you know, but he actually loses fair and square again. And then the third scenario is Trump gets knocked out of the race and isn't eligible to run. And I actually think the best thing that could happen to the right is for Trump to get kicked out of the race and not be able to run. Like, I think the right deserves to lose. And the worst thing that could happen to the right is if he, you know, wins the nomination and wins the presidency. Like, I will actively work against him in 2024. for whatever that's worth. And then the other thing I just wanted to comment on is, given the partisan gap in trust in media, there's a lot less trust in media on the right, obviously. And as a result, and part of that's deserved by the media. I think part of that's been agitated by foreign influence. But a lot of that's just because the media kind of deserves a little bit of, like, they haven't always been that, they're not as bad as people say, but they do lean left. But in the absence of that, I think there's a huge sense-making crisis on the right, where, in the absence of trust, there's this vacuum, and then you see all these people turning to QAnon and these weird alternative outlets, and there's no real clear sense-making apparatus on the right to help people make sense of what's happening and how to think about things in an intelligent way. So I just wanted to point that out as a crisis and kind of a subtext on the right as well. I'll end there.
Yeah, no, I agree with a lot of that. I could go into it, but I think I'm going to get some more questions. So, this person is 5,000 Mountains.
What the?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great. So back on to like demographics, I think there's like a sort of ridiculous obsession among many people on the right, like Southern strategy adherents, with 49.9%, like the one day that, but I really think that's not like some sort of day where white people like drop down and disintegrate into dust. And I think it's kind of a silly obsession. Like I think inevitably, like, America is sort of realizing that it's an empire and like demographically like changing accordingly. But I really I'm not pessimistic about white people in America at all. And I think of a lot of people on the right, like, I guess that's just my comments.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of things. Right, a bell is not going to go off in 2041 when whites are a minority and they're going to suddenly be oppressed, or things are actually going to change that much altogether. I agree with that. The other thing is that these things that disturb white people are, for the most part, coming from other white people. Like, what really bothers them, it's like critical race theory. That's a left-wing, Marxist academic persuasion, wokeness, transgenderism, etc. Is that coming from Hispanic immigrants? I mean, give me a break.
Yeah, it's all just like an obsession with like some imaginary thing. Like they're trying to convince themselves that like 2016, like the energy of 2016 never actually left us. So they just jump from one thing to another, right?
The other thing is that the Southern strategy in immigration, I don't think has fully worked. I mean, it obviously has some traction. So the original Southern strategy is about Black people and Black crime, integration, etc. And it predated the reversal of the 1924 Immigration Act. So it was about, I don't want my children going to school with Blacks, or Black crime, integration, etc., etc. I think there's been an attempt to kind of dovetail it with immigration. So it's like, Hispanic gangs or MS-13 or whatever. I just don't think that fully works, because the relationship between whites and Hispanics is just very different between the relationship between whites and Blacks. There's a tremendous amount of intermarriage, for one thing, between whites and
that kind of strategy just isn't really viable, though, given the demographics. Like, I don't understand why the GOP would focus on Hispanics to begin with. Maybe stupidity, but
right. Well, I think the Richard Hanania strategy is that the GOP becomes pro-immigration and just focuses on Black crime. Right. It's like all these, these Arab, strivers, and they just they hate Blacks as much as your Graham Peepaw in Alabama, and we can all unite. I don't know. Kind of seems to be what he's implying, at least, or if not saying. So, yeah. Anyway, let me get some other questions. So, Kim Kardashian herself, Kim Sis, or maybe it's
Wow.
Kim's sister. So you
It's
have
an alt. Just don't mind some stalkers behind me. I don't even know why. But
a stalker
the
is
reasons...
behind you right now?
Yeah. No,
well,
there's
maybe
so
we
many
should
stalkers.
worry about this.
Well, I mean, I think one of the big things about Chris Rufo and these what I call the middling Browns, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Is that they have this like narcissistic sort of like toddlerish worldview where things are fixed by like this nebulous thing called the family. Chris Rufo didn't give a fuck about any like liberal like or anti-liberal Washington. I mean, he married an Asian woman, which isn't seen as like a crime these days in the right, but still. The biggest problem is that a lot of these guys, along with a contingent of Balkans and Slavs, do not like necessarily understand the faculty of like self, like a life that is led by the self rather than the community. They believe that like their whole contention against, you know, gays or woke ideology or whatever, critical race theory. Critical race theory is sort of, you know, dumb, but if you have an active home life and your child comes in and talks to you about critical race theory, you can just be like, oh, that's like not whatever. Pronouns easily, you know, divertible, but they see the children as the extension of their narcissism as an object rather than another human. Therefore, they want to create more objects. They want to create a legacy because they don't have a generational linkage or a generation that speaks about, oh, this is what being smart is, or this is what whatever. Like they don't have Alexander Graham Bell in their lineage. They have some guy from like Indonesia that used to, you know, fuck the monkeys and take out Java beans. I'm talking about Ian Miles Chong. But that's just the strategy that they are born with. And that's essentially their hatred of the Democrats. That's literally it. You know, you can dress it up in any way that you want. But this sort of like family, everybody is a family, everybody deserves a family, everybody deserves a vagina to fuck, something to eat in the morning. It's just very easily connectable to their point of being like just above an animal sort of intelligence.
Wow. I don't fully disagree with what you're saying. I mean, very harshly articulated, but so what you're saying is that they don't have any conception of like being part of a broader community or generation or culture, and it just becomes this like I deserve woman, you know, me hate transsexual Democrat kind of thing. It this like base level. Is that what you're saying?
More or less. Okay, so the transsexual, yes, I do think that they look weird, they act weird, but the basic sort of ground behind it is that like a person can pursue whatever the fuck that they want to. You know, they can change like you it's basically like the end of progress really, like taking out the constraints of human life. And that's also why they're like so scared of like AI and stuff reflexively. They're very scared of human intuition. Like if you give them a TikTok about some people growing like those organoids, those brain organoids, they'll start being like, this is an evil conspiracy, blah blah blah. And the same sort of like mindset is, and it's to hinder progress. They believe in a comfort in the animalian life. You know what I mean?
Don't you think it's the traditionalist versus the modern? Especially after COVID?
No, the traditionalist. Well, here's the thing though. Like, it's a little bit more than that now. There is a tradition, of course, but it's a lot more reflexive. It's a lot more reactionary. We're not talking about like what
right.
You know. It's not academic anymore.
Or
it's not
rooted
about like
in a dynasty or anything.
Yeah.
Right.
like even if people on the right and the left, maybe 100, 200 years ago, you had the Gore Vidal versus what's his face debate, and of course they were throwing shots at each other, but they thought of themselves as like certainly equal, you know?
Yeah.
It's like a lumpen
All right.
proletariat or something. Sorry.
Oh no. Well, yeah. The lumpen proletariat seems to be a good description for the right in many ways. It's like a lumpen bourgeoisie or something. It's a very curious formation, but one that Marx would understand is lacking in consciousness.
Or in vanguards. It's lacking in people that are smart enough, that people that, you know, are like well read, that actually make cohesive points. Now it's just like,
or are they overt?
Sorry.
Yeah, it's my fault. I'm Italian, so I talk over people. Are they overly materialistic? They're not spiritual aristocrats, is what I'm hearing.
No, it's not about aristocracy at all. I mean, it's the different. Do you think that like who do you think is smarter than Cat Turd in this space?
I don't know who that is.
Probably
everybody. And he's the biggest like psychopath. Like, this is what I'm talking about: a lack of a vanguard, a lack of a person with brains.
Yeah.
Kim, while you were speaking,
go ahead.
Kim, while you were speaking earlier, I had this image of trans people holding up signs saying "More freedom." You said you wanted freedom, you know, because in a weird way, and I'm not against trans people at all, but in a way, like insofar as the right stands for freedom, you know, that's kind of an interesting. You said you said you stood for freedom, okay? You know. Anyway, that's minor humorous, idiosyncratic humor, I guess.
So, I mean, I can be the steel man and just say America's where you want like subsidiarity, like they want autonomy, even if they don't have this historical legacy they're protecting. They just don't want to be told what to do. It gets into that, like the right is becoming the fuck you party of the establishment, right?
Yeah,
and
the right's definitely becoming the fuck you party, and that is their agenda. Effectively, is to say fuck you to people. One thing that I was thinking about is, you know, we were getting at this like Cat Turd is the intellectual vanguard of the right, and I know the right has like, I don't know, the Claremont Review of Books or First Things or something, but those are small in comparison to these intellectuals that are actually quite powerful. One thing that I was thinking about, I don't know if this is true or not. My sense is that the right fetishizes innocence in a way that the left will either fetishize authenticity or they'll fetishize intelligence for good and for ill. So what I mean by this is this. If you were a hyper intelligent, post-Marxist, postmodernist film critic, you can make your way on the left. They might not understand half of what you're saying. You might be too smart for your own good, but you'll kind of have a place on the left. The other thing the left likes is authenticity. So you're like, you know, you're a black preacher man or you're a union dock worker or whatever. You can just be like, we're hurting out here. And the left has an ear for you. The right almost likes innocence or something. They like someone who's not intelligent, who's not sophisticated, who isn't self-aware. And I think this is why the right liked Fuentes for a while. I don't think they do anymore. But they liked him because they could say like, oh, he's just a young American first, American's American. And he's just speaking from the heart. They like that kind of innocence or naivete in their figures. And I think that's actually a really big problem. There are problems to all of those things that I just described, but I think there's a huge problem in just like constantly going for people who are less intelligent. I mean, look at you can say like, who here is smarter than Cat Turd? That's fair. Who here has a bigger audience than Tim Pool? And on this call. I would say no one as well. And like, I know I kind of fixate on this guy because he drives me crazy. He's just so bad. And he just brings, like, he somehow negates knowledge and understanding. Like, you somehow know less about something after listening to him, which is remarkable. It's not just that he's wrong, he's almost like a sponge for meaning and understanding. And I think there's, but like, why is it that that is popular? You know, putting aside my own distaste, why is it that he has this audience? Why would anyone conceivably want to listen to him ramble on something he knows nothing about? And I think it's this, like, he's like me. He's a mirror image of me. I'm watching myself. And so his lack of charisma is almost like a plus or something. I'm kind of rambling here, shooting from the hip, but do you guys understand what I'm trying to get at?
Blessed are
like,
the
there's
meek,
something,
for they shall inherit the earth.
yes,
And
yeah,
I can see
exactly.
why you don't like it. Yeah.
It's a clickbait
like,
movement. It's clickbait.
But beyond the clickbait, beyond it, like, what, isn't there something wrong with us that we go for that clickbait? You know, like, what is it about conservatives that these kinds of things are so successful with them? I think that's the question.
Well, I think it's the rhetoric they spew, right? It's a lot of the dog whistling and stuff that resonates with just being an oppressed class right now, right? You're seeing that the economy is not working, right? Your candidates come out and they say certain trigger words and stuff that resonate with you, right? For whatever reason, right? You're not really focused on the politics. It's just, or the legislation of it all, or who's funding them, right? Or what their real agenda is. It's the hoopla behind it, right? I mean, and that resonates. Left wing, right wing, right? They both sound the same to me. I would more so focus on legislation, not feelings, right? And stats and numbers. A lot of what they talk about on these campaign trails and in these spaces, right, is about feelings, how they feel, right? And we're becoming a class system, right? As a Black American, right, I've always been at the bottom of that class. And I mean, me specifically, successful, but my community by 2053, and not so much, right? So, I mean, great, welcome to the party, right? Even though we're corrupt and woke with that trans shit down here in Florida, which that has nothing to do with that community, right? I don't like how DeSantis does that because he's attacking my history, right? That fight is a white community's fight. My community has never lobotomized you people, never put you in goddamn institutions, right? No conversion therapy, right? It was just a special friend that came over doing family gatherings, right? So a lot of what I hear, right, when I'm in these spaces and we're talking about American politics, I'm hearing from either, because I'm American first, right? I'm Black first, but I'm American first. But I hear a lot of first and second gen children of immigrants, right, spewing their cultural rhetoric, right? I ask them where they're from. Oh, I've been here. My grandparents just got here. My parents got here. And it's just the anti-American rhetoric that's spewing, right? I mean, we got a lot of those people in office, right? Culturally, right? I mean, nationality-wise, you could say they're American. But culturally, not so much, right? They come from war-torn countries or they got some oppressive story going on. And it's just, like, they don't want to play the Game of Thrones. Shout out to America for being, playing. I think that's what's really going on. We got a lot of people who are not American first in the mix, right? That's why this immigration shit is going on. Shout out to Trump for wanting to build our wall and shut down that border, right? I mean, but that's a real talk we should have. Who's truly American?
Okay,
right?
man. Okay. Look,
What's going on?
I love it, but like, wow, you covered a lot of territory in 30 seconds. I might just have to stop you because I don't know what. I mean, I kind of see each individual point, but when they're put on a necklace, it
Sounds
becomes
good.
a little bit incoherent. But I appreciate.
I mean, I think your babble was a little bit
energy.
more incoherent. I was just hard following that, but I mean,
well, that's fair. Fair. Okay. I'm going to go to Phil. You are out, my man. Phil, the Catholic. America
you mean Frank?
Phil.
Oh.
No, Phil Rizzuto.
Gotcha.
Hey, how's it going? Sorry, I had to step away for a second. What are we talking about?
You just had to leave the confessional booth, I presume?
You bet.
Okay, go for it. So what's on your mind?
Not much. I just wanted to join, see what you guys were talking about.
Okay. All right. Let's.
Big fan, by the way. I loved it when you said, "I seriously doubt that, Ryan." That was amazing.
Okay, I don't
Classic
appreciate the imitation of me, but
I think
I
Fran was
appreciate
next.
the energy. Okay, Fran. Which one is Fran? Francois?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pseudonym, I guess you could call it. It's historical. You don't. Okay. The co-host knows me. He's throwing up hundreds.
Ravaillac.
Yeah, I'm trying to think back to the beginning of this space. The Southern strategy. I mean, I basically agree with you on a lot about how the right and the messaging and the political machine is incoherent. And I know that's been a big theme of your trajectory in terms of ideology or intellect. But I mean, what do you say to the people on the right that contend that basically they're fighting with their hands tied behind their back in terms of identity politics? The Southern strategy would be that the right and the thought leaders of the right are pushing identity. Well, I guess you say that it's veiled
It's a
now.
kind of negative. Negative identity politics, but it is an identity politics of sorts. But it's a kind of negative conception of being white.
Yeah, I would say. I mean, I do agree that
call it racial conservatism, right? Yeah, right. The Dixiecrats exited, back then, and they just worked their way over to the Republican Party. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm kind of
do
going
we
to
agree
speak
with
on
that?
that, but not necessarily from the same position. I mean, because what you spoke about Claremont and Hillsdale earlier, and there is sort of a overlap there in that they're Straussian, and that's sort of its own can of worms in terms of philosophy. Did I just freeze? Can
No,
you're good.
Okay,
you're all good.
I mean, when they get to work with administrations to express what's their philosophy, I don't know if you guys remember the 1776 report, but that's when the Trump administration made their rebuff to the 1619 project. It was headed by some people from Claremont, at least maybe like the CEOs or the heads of Claremont and Hillsdale College were a part of that. Their finding was basically that America is a proposition nation or a creedal nation, and that's actually Calhoun and the Southern Democrats who are the father of identity politics, which this report said was a bad thing. So, I mean, my question, I don't know if you can say anything from that, but my question is, how do you respond to the people on the right that contend that they're being held back because of leaders on the right that are steering the conversation away from identitarianism? And if it weren't for these people like at Hillsdale and Claremont, we would have, like you mentioned, Saylor or some other people who are a little more intelligent, at least the way they present themselves a little more intelligently and less incoherent.
Well, look, I don't know if I have some definitive statement on this. I mean, I think it's more likely that Claremont or Hillsdale people are going to try to steal the thunder of someone like Steve Saylor or the alt-right or what have you. And I can kind of see this going on right now. There's some tentative moves towards like being race realist and talking about psychometrics and all this kind of stuff coming from these same types of people. And I guess on some level, you can see that as a good thing. I don't necessarily do. There's no doubt that Tucker Carlson was, I think he's in a kind of weird space right now. I listened to a little bit of his speech to like the Center for Christian Virtue or something. I think he's almost hysterical. But there's also no doubt that he was desperately trying to win over the online right that I think he mostly saw on Twitter. And so there's a way in which the conservative movement, for better and for worse, and I would say kind of largely for worse, they absorb a lot of these currents, and they kind of feel like they need to go there to keep it to stay relevant, to have some fresh ideas or blood, but also they want to kind of capture those groups and keep them on the plantation, as it were.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
All right. Let me do this. I want to do a little bit of work, and granted, we have 300 people listening, which is great.
Let's go.
But I might just pass it over to Ace, and you guys can continue the show. And of course, you can say, you can make violent death threats and
of course,
talk about bombing various federal buildings while I'm off.
Our favorite, yes.
Right, and then I will be the one who gets arrested because I initiated the space. So.
Yep.
That's what I expect at this point. Yeah.
We won't let you down, of course.
Okay. Dana, you haven't spoken yet. Why don't you go for it?
I'm just wondering how many people in this space are actually from the South.
That's a very good question.
Because I hear all y'all's opinion, and if you didn't live here, I find this very bizarre.
I'm actually from the South.
Born and raised. Well, I'm from Austin, so I don't know if that counts.
Oh, that doesn't count. Good Lord. I can't believe you even said that.
It's over.
You're from Austin? You're wearing some seersucker suit, sipping a mint julep? Well, no. Good Lord. You're basically a hippie from like southern LA or something. I don't know.
Richard, what about like Southern California? Southern California,
that's not the South, guys. She's talking about the Southeast. I mean, even Virginia might be borderline in this case. No.
I mean,
but what is your point, Dana? What are we missing about
I think
the South?
you nailed it when you were only the one speaking. I think you've nailed it on every ounce of it. And I appreciate it as someone from the South who is actually left-leaning. So, but I was born and raised in a very blood-red state with blood-red family members. And I'm not an easy left, okay? So I think a lot of what I always hear is just bullshit. And I just think that you actually nailed it. And I appreciate that. I like every way you explained it. And I felt like I just wanted to let you know that. I appreciate that.
Oh, thank you, Dana. I appreciate that as well. I'm glad. I think sometimes you have to be cynical about politics to really get at the heart of it.
Well, I think also the immigrant part of it, either people are just really not wanting to be honest about the immigration issue, or I don't know. I live in a blood red state with, all the good old boys, and all they hire are the immigrants. So I don't understand how you justify that, but you need to put a border up when I have Sinaloa cartel laying the concrete in my driveway as we speak. So that's who they work for. And if you're not going to follow the money or follow how they got here and who brought them here, it wasn't Democrats that brought them to my state. I can assure you of that.
Yeah.
So I just, if we follow the money behind the people who pay for all of these, you worded it so much better than I will, but these little parcels of groups of the right that are mimicking everything from the South, which you nailed it. Someone's paying them to do this. Someone got them started and is feeding it. And once you go and find what that is, they really aren't even Team America. So we're all being had with this left and right bullshit.
Yep.
And, I'm trying to figure out the right way
to riff off what you're saying a little bit. Like, I was attacking Tim Pool just because I find him just utterly vapid and boring and stupid. But there is even a kind of Southernization of Tim Pool, talking about Civil War all the time. That has a particular resonance. And I mean, this isn't just some kind of like minor thing that he happened to mention. This seems to be an animating quality to his discourse.
It's a trigger point.
Yeah, exactly.
And it works. It always has.
Yeah.
I mean, the worst thing the Republicans did, or the Supreme Court, is they got rid of y'all's abortion thing that y'all were winning hardcore on. Once that changed, party, if you ask
Yeah.
me. I mean, that was just
Yeah.
stupid if you wanted to keep the power and the control. Just saying. I appreciate it.
Yeah. I get it. All right, let me do this. I'm gonna ask one question from Phil, and then I'm gonna not exactly call it a night. I'm just gonna get some more work done. But I'll let the space continue with my man Ace, and it can continue on with discussion. So Phil, you have the last word.
Yeah, when it comes to who's doing it, when it comes to who's funding it, I think it's all on the tips of our nose, if you get my drift. I think we know who's doing it. It is Israel, Mossad, the typical culprits, the activist class.
Whoa.
Okay, well,
what about the Catholic Church?
Yeah,
Oh
I
yeah,
remember
what influence do they have?
Woodrow Wilson saying something along the lines of like Catholics were the ones that wanted to buy all of the immigrants up, or something along those lines.
Do you think Mossad was funding the Federalist Society?
I don't know much about that. All I know is if you look at the top 20 donors in the United States general election, 17 of them were Jewish. It doesn't matter if it's left or right. You look at the Biden family, all of his children are married to Jewish people. If you look at the Trump campaign, it's all run by Jews. It's kind of insane. Yeah. It doesn't matter if it's left or right. And I hate it when I talk to people and they're just like, it's them Democrats. It's like, no, it's not. We know who it is.
You know Italians are Catholic Jews, right? I thought that's what you meant by tip of the nose.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa. Now, wait a second.
Okay.
You're running an op.
All right. Well, I do find that a bit reductive, but I guess that is it for me. So I'm just going to go get some work done. So Ace, you're in control. Yeah.
Well, you do know Jews were part of the Civil War, right? I mean, they were from the South.
And they brought slaves over. Who do you think facilitated the slave trade?
Richard,
the United States government.
The
United States government facilitated that.
Guys, all right, blaming. Oh my God.
I'm not blaming
you guys. Make Jews
we'll clean it up.
I swear,
we'll clean up the space.
It's like that's what you voted for over time. The system's not working how it worked for granddad and great granddad and parents, and now it's up uproar. But that's what you voted for, right? They got you with the dog whistles and all the other bullshit, while in the back end they're allowing that immigration to let that Sinaloa cartel to work in your driveway, right? That's what they're doing on the back end. So what are we talking about?
On Israeli
I think you should fix the problem.
Yeah. All right. I do find that kind of discussion. I'm not afraid of this issue. I'm not afraid of discussing. It's just when you go in so hot on this very reductive thing of I feel like it just cuts off like enlightenment and debate and.
Gotcha. Isn't it the flip side of white supremacy? Yeah. You talk about disproportionate representation.
Kind of is. I mean, it is a weird.
It's not any set of individuals. It's just this institutional thing.
Yeah.
It's conspiratorial.
All right. Ended on a high note.
Yeah.
We'll end it on a high note. All right. I'll talk to you guys later, cats. And thanks for being on. And I will get some work done. So, tschüss. Bye.
All right. Kim, you have your hand up. And then, I don't know, maybe Fran, you and me, we can get into the Claremont.
I was going to discuss, Richard, about the prospects of just America becoming a real empire. And instead of having immigrants come to, like, I don't know, fucking Dallas or something, we just make, like, little thalassocracies in, like, Costa Rica with, like, Japandi and Surya Decor. And, you know, it's because everybody's going to fucking Italy. And it's just disgusting. Like, okay, Italy is fine. It's a fun spot, but, like, everybody's acting like it's the greatest. Like, if America is going to be imperial, then be imperial. And then you have all of the people that would have immigrated to, like, Miami or something, just work in those, like, administered cities. I mean, it seems, like, logistically hard, but still, I think that would be, like, a good solution. And you would have safer travel for American tourists, which it just does not make any sense that we don't have that much. I mean, we have Tulum and what is that, like one spot in Western Mexico that I keep forgetting. It's like so overdone. Cancun. But I mean, like that's it. It's just, I think, with the immigration issue in Chicago, right? Like, so many Venezuelans are coming, and you can't even blame the Democrats exactly for this, because the right were the ones that were crying for Venezuela for like 7 years now. And it's just like so stupid, because how are you going to incentivize a people group like the Cubans to come in and then like act like it was the Democrats like force them to come in from Venezuela or whatever? I just feel like the sort of media around both the Democrats and the Republicans is just like self-effacing, like, oh, we didn't do this, we didn't create this, the other side did, and it's the most stupidest thing ever. But yeah, I was gonna propose that, because I really want a vacation in Costa Rica. Why the fuck did we take Puerto Rico as a colony and not Costa Rica? Like, why? Like, I still don't get that to this day.
I always said we shouldn't build the wall. We should just annex Mexico and make them pay taxes.
We should
Yes, we
have
should
just annexed.
invade Mexico.
They literally
Mexico
have
has nothing to offer.
Guadalajara.
We don't want that shithole country. Build the wall. Send them back.
I mean, we can take a few
I
cities
mean,
here
they
and there,
didn't want
like
it
shit.
before because it was just too many brown people there way back when, right? That's why they took the lower southeast. We still
should
don't
take
want.
Cancun.
Why are you're hitting emojis while you're
Yes,
talking?
it's beautiful. You should try it.
Sorry, no, it's it's distracting. I couldn't tell if this is like a bot account or. Sorry.
We should just take Cancun and Toronto. Fuck it. Like
Montreal.
What's the Montreal? Yeah, I agree.
But unironically, though, the fentanyl epidemic is like just the perfect justification to declare war and invade Mexico and just bomb these fucking fentanyl factories and these like cartel operations.
It's going to stop too many politicians' money, so that's not going to happen.
All right, Fran, did you want to get into some of those Claremont tangents now that we have time for them? Now that we basically have a run of the place? Or some of the segregation stuff that was at the top of the hour? Or absolutely anything at all? Or we'll have to bring in more speakers.
Yes, let's talk about reparations.
No, let's not do that.
Why not?
Yeah, I kind of want to now.
Fuck.
What about reparations?
All right.
Well, I mean,
shit.
Well, how do you feel about it? I mean, I can't pass that legislation alone.
I don't know. What do you want?
I'm gonna need some of my good foundational white Americans, not the immigrants, but just some of my good foundational white Americans to help me get that legislation through.
So just like from Anglo-Saxons, and then Nigerians don't get any of them, right? Like
I mean, you would have to be a descendant of American chattel slavery. I don't think anyone else qualifies, right?
Yeah, do the early 20th century immigrants have to pay?
That's going to be appropriated by the United States government, right? I don't do all that Jewish stuff and all that. I mean,
whoa,
yeah. You can keep that.
Well, it's very waspy too. To look at spreadsheets and shit and do all that.
All right,
I don't know. I always thought like the people who are like, oh, but you know, my family didn't like come. My family wasn't here. We came after slavery. Like, I've always found that like a really autistic argument against reparations. And I say this as someone whose family did own slaves, at least on my dad's side.
Well, like it's just owed.
I mean, they benefited from the system, right? They benefited from that free labor that actually built up a country, right? A powerhouse of a nation. So, man, I mean, hey.
Yeah, I don't know. The Democrats could run on that. I don't think it's the most unreasonable thing for them to run on, to be honest.
I don't think that's palatable for them. I don't think that most people would actually agree with something like that.
Yeah,
Why
probably
is that,
doesn't poll well.
What, reparations?
Yeah, why is that, Phil? Why is that
because it's
something?
obvious.
Why is that something people wouldn't agree on?
It's obvious. Most people have the idea that they, even if they aren't Republican, if they're more Democrat, even if they're considered woke, they're going to be completely averse to that simply because they didn't own anybody. Even their parents didn't own anybody. Their grandparents didn't own anybody. They didn't take part in the system. They're actually averse to it, at least for the woke people or whatever you want to call it. I hate using that term because it's such a
Well, what do you think woke is?
such a minute
I don't
point.
want to digress from what we're talking about. What do you think woke is? I'm just curious, and then we can get back to it.
I don't feel like defining it. Just use
I
whatever
have a
definition
for
that comes to mind.
I mean, if you ask me that question, I can find it in 15, 20 seconds or less. But I was just curious.
Sure. I mean,
Kind of
I
a
could Google it.
meaningless
It doesn't matter.
catch-all
Well,
term
we
at
have
this
an
point.
idea what it means.
I just want to know if everyone who tweeted hashtag BLM gets an exemption, which is the part of your filmmaking. It's like I
If
did
you
my
post a black
reparations.
square, you get 50% off the reparations tax.
All right, we're losing viewers rapidly. If we could escalate the discourse,
All right,
just so
woke.
we
You
don't.
want to define woke? I can do that. You want to do that, or
Yeah, just civil rights legislation.
that's what you say. I say, like in its contemporary form, it's like this intersectional reductionism. In particular, like with this electioneering discipline of data science that started in the Obama campaign, where like everything's like a bar chart or everything's like a pie graph of voters, and they had this like racially essentialist view of electioneering that they like talked about openly in public that kind of led to this space in some way, and there was a reaction to that. These focused on disproportionate representations and things like that. And this idea that you're a set of labels, you're not your identity. You don't have an identity. It's not an identity movement. You are a set of labels. You're nothing more than that. And it like has a technical definition with machine learning, where a machine learning model is just like a set of coefficients. So that's what I would say. It's like the woke viewpoint. Sorry.
Yeah, one sec. Hold on. Am I muted?
Not
No,
really.
Okay, no.
Not really though. But I mean, it was a nice shot at it.
Well, people say civil rights legislation, but I mean that's just liberal, right? From the
I don't know
reactionary
what
right
I would
point
have
of view,
said, right? Where
that's
it
just
came
liberal.
from.
Well, I don't know. That's a very modern form of liberalism.
I would say it's classically freedom of association it violates, I guess, but it's sort of classically liberal in the sense where it's like we all sit on equal footing, and we're just going to enforce it with the state, right? It could be an enlightenment.
This guy likes Jonathan Bowden. I'm going to bring him up. Save the space. Is that Kyle McLaughlin in your PFP? No, not quite. Yeah, go ahead, White. Please save the space. See you're connecting in here.
It's just because the star's not here anymore.
It's true.
I wish Jeff Giza was still here because he brought up the point that he thinks that Joe Biden's going to have a health scare. I don't think that's necessarily true. In fact, I think that Trump is more likely to experience a health problem or like a heart attack or something, because I don't know if everyone forgot about this, but in 2018 he was diagnosed with coronary artery disease, basically a form of heart disease, and he's obese and he eats McDonald's a lot. He probably has a horrible diet, whatever. I think it's like that combined with the stress of all these indictments. I think it's actually very probable that Trump dies of a heart attack or stroke, or he becomes like a vegetable.
I think this will keep him alive.
Mercury, I was curious about this thing you sent in here with Logo Daedalus, William James's metaphysics critique. But could you provide some context here that might get us moving here?
Well, we were talking about weed and like opposition to weed, and I just said, like, when I think of American identitarianism, right, as like a civilizational identity, like, or philosophical, or like an operating system, there's a very distinct philosophical tradition called pragmatism that William James is a part of, and they're sort of they wouldn't use this term because it's more European, but they're like phenomenological worldview. Synergizes with this experimentation in psychedelics. And in the 19th century, this article from the New Yorker talks about and how in the 19th century that kind of flourished as a deliberate method for like introspection as opposed to just, getting high or something like that. That's the context for that. Because we were talking about weed, and I think like Richard wants to shut down all the dispensaries, that the degenerate hippies that are surrounding him in Whitefish.
Fair enough. But so in the 19th century, philosophers were using it as like a gateway to metaphysics, or allegedly, rather than like hippie drug abuse.
Yeah, it's sort of a denial of metaphysics too. Pragmatism is ultimately, it's this idea we can't get outside of space and time. We just have to come up with tools to cope. In particular, the tool language to sort of navigate this existence, and to change how we talk is to change who we are, and things like that. It's got a very rich. It's distinctly American. It's not European. That's one reason I gravitate towards it a lot.
Out of all the drugs that they picked, they chose marijuana.
They had all sorts. No, I think
in the 19th century, you mean?
Yeah, probably not so much marijuana.
Yeah, because what you listed in here, James. Sorry, there's a lot of responses here. So, gosh, I keep losing it. Oh, here it is. Yeah, peyote, nitrous oxide. I think this is James, right? Is this mostly about James or just all of pragmatism?
He's one. No, it's mostly about the psychedelics. But James, that cross reference for me is big because he's the founder of American pragmatism. And you can
see, he was just like experimenting with drugs all over the place.
Yes, and like, there's like, I just think in terms of mimetic ancestry, more so than genetic. So you can see like American pragmatism and then sort of this Hegelian post-Kantian system in Europe as two responses to like this Enlightenment liberal rational idea where we can get outside of space and time, we can find the universal rules, we can trust the science and know everything, right? That there is no God and we found him, kind of point of view. If I'm making any sense,
Yeah. No, it's very philosophy major stuff. So what, it's like a coping mechanism, or it's just like this Nietzschean, do the best with what you got and don't wallow in suffering?
I wanted to ask him about Nietzsche. I would say it's an alternative to European vitalism. And I wanted to ask him about Liebman's philosophy. I would say
pragmatism
as
an alternative?
Yeah, it's much more sedated. There's a lot less will to power in it, I think. It jives much more with just, this subsidiary idea where I get my own patch of stuff and that's fine. And because America's this abundant land that Europe was not. And that's how it was solved by people like de Tocqueville, where it was this land with cheap in land and expensive in labor, and Europe was expensive in land and cheap in labor. So it was this place you could go find work and land, where you didn't have, it wasn't so zero sum like the European continent was often.
Yeah, I'd imagine his critique would be very skeptical for, like you said, suppressing the will. And so I guess it's like an anti-culture metaphysics from pragmatism. Not metaphysics, but
that seems to be the
alternative.
Yeah. Anti-metaphysics for sure. And then the general, I'll say alt-right, since the provenance is here, critique of America seems to be that it's anti-culture, yes. And maybe that is a critique. It's just more, I just see it as more, it's like a civilizational state than a nation state. Like Rome, right? And so there are always many cultures before the Mexicans got here.
So like it's always been a melting pot sort of a thing.
Even amongst quote unquote white people. Another interesting thing he said was it's like they have conservatives have a negative concept of racism or something, but I don't know. People scoff at this in this space probably, but I do buy the basic point that white seems to be a uniquely American concept that is negatively defined as just not black. And if you're denying people's histories by just calling them white, because you're not talking about like Italian Irish immigrants, you're not talking about like the Southerners, you're not talking about
like regional identity seems to be more. Phil, jump in if I'm talking shit, but yeah, this seems to overlap with E. Michael Jones's controversial take, the there's only like three races: Protestant, Jew, and Catholic. And when when you impose whiteness onto a group of people in Detroit that are just religious people, like you said, you're denying them an identity that they don't fully adopt. Obviously, this has ramifications for like completely erasing race, like what the Boomer generation did, and minimizing it entirely. But yeah, I think it's an interesting thought experiment. Jones seems to lean into that.
Didn't E. Michael Jones also claim that if Africa became Catholic during the medieval ages, that they would be like this advanced society?
Yeah, so I don't fully agree with. Yeah, he does kind of impose it on a grander scale. I would side with someone like Jared Taylor in that case, but yeah, I do think it kind of gets to a bigger discussion of how do you account for ethnic whites and Irish immigration, Italians, etc. We seem to skip a lot of the discourse by just saying white. So I just think it's interesting, but
yeah, the word's been too muddied. I think whenever people hear the word white, even white people kind of recoil. They think less. They think, oh, am I about to be attacked, or something like that? Not necessarily like physically attacked, but ideologically or confrontationally. When in reality, it just means native European descended peoples. And race is something that we have to live with. Tribalism is something that's inherent in every single person, every single group, every demographic. You can't really change that. You ultimately, if you try to change it, you end up with what we have now, where whites are essentially this repressed, almost anti-white group. And I said this before, not in this space, but I say this all the time. You have people who are tribal. You have people who believe that defending their own people is something worth pursuing, and then you have people who are actually averse to that. People who think you should hate your own people because of some injustice that happened to another group of people. You're siding with other groups, essentially.
I would say this is a Protestant
and then you have
thing.
people that are kind of in between. I don't know much about that, but I mean, I don't know if I agree or disagree.
Well,
I'm not trying to say I don't agree. I don't disagree with that, but I mean, I think the people that tend to side with other demographics are just. I think that they're doing themselves a disservice because, your people matter. Who you are matters. That's something that you can't change. It's something you can't shy away from, and I think that means something. I think it doesn't necessarily mean you have to go and attack other people, obviously, but I think that that's something you can't change. You have to live with forever. So it's something you should embrace because it's who you are.
I mean, I think there is something to knowing your heritage and like embracing it a bit. But here's the fascinating thing to me: when we talk about the founding stock of America, you're talking about like puritanical wasps, and this manifestation of wokeness is really, it's like this secular wasp shaming of what it's like. You have your ethno state and they hate you. Like the whole point is they operate on social shame, and they have this, as opposed to Catholics who have this internal, guilt process. You could draw a dichotomy there as a Catholic, and it's like the people in upstate New York writing New Yorker articles that you're mad at more than anything, for making whites feel bad about being white, right? And they're the founding stock. It's this paradox that's fascinating to me.
I think some Louis Perry, I think, made a similar point about it's the like Christian shaming inverted, adopted by the left, but I don't know. To me, I kind of see like the woke.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. I think the woke thing, it's a tired term, but like it's like hyper individualism. It's really about like liberation of the self.
That's the Protestant part. Sorry, I keep interrupting.
Yeah, I would say that's. Yeah, I would say it's not Catholic. It's Protestant, and people would say like it kind of goes back further before the Reformation, and so it's more of a vague Christian thing. But I agree. I think has more to do with Protestantism rather than just vague Christianity itself. But
yeah, and the concept of white kind of erases these. Now, maybe it was this attempt at ethnogenesis or something, but if you want to actually know your history, like it's much richer than saying like we're all European descended. And it's a European native movement, but this is America, right? is the reaction I've always had, at least.
Yeah. I don't like when people say, like, it's like effectively all Christianity is the same because it's all about like equality, like political equality specifically. To me, that's kind of like a cop out, and it's like lumping Catholics and Protestants in the same group because they both believe in like universal judgment before God. But I know a lot of people don't really get into that specific nitty gritty. It seems to be like, frankly, it seems to be like a lot of pagans who make that kind of argument. Like it's all the same thing kind of talk. We have a very smart gentleman emerging in the space. He's, I'd imagine, carrying 2 books underneath his belt as he's barging in.
Spurgler? Are you talking about Spurgler?
Yes, hello.
Oh, God.
I'm Thessaloniki Public Wi-Fi. I'm right by the wharf. It is dawn. How are you?
Let's go. Congrats on your space earlier this week. Seem to be making waves on Twitter.
Yes. My powerful mutual Bronze Age pervert entertained us all.
I wanted to ask Richard, do you think they agree on Liebman's philosophy, and that Bronze Age pervert's like a faithful exponent of German Imperial Liebman's philosophy?
No, Spencer and Bab, those are 2 opposing factions. As it stands.
Is it just personal though? Because the Nietzschean Liebman's philosophy is a common thread, is a common interest, right?
Well, I don't.
Right.
It's, I think, more of I don't think it's like a philosophical difference. I think it's a different riff.
Exactly.
But yeah, no, it's interesting.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, yeah, Bab, Nietzsche, Polya. That's kind of like one faction, and I don't know. Spencer's kind
Polya,
of
so right. That's Anacachion's contribution to the mix, basically.
Well, obviously, she adopts her views, but yeah, Polya runs through Bap, and obviously Polya likes Nietzsche. So yeah, those, all those people kind of intersect.
Yeah, this pagan vitalism, right?
Yeah,
and it intersects in this esotericism, and then some of these people are in cryptocurrency, and it's fascinating how all these things intersect to me, because there's this idea of the occult or the crypto or the hidden, as opposed to revelation, right?
Yeah, I think the paganism has a strong ceiling that can only go so far. So I do kind of counter signal it, but
I can only hear Ace right now. I'm gonna drop down and get back up.
Sorry. Yeah. Here, I'll pull you back up. But yeah, I know the editor of Compact had some tweets, basically summing all this up. Let me go dig that up.
That guy's retarded, by the way. That Jeff Schlernberger guy, he's retarded.
Who?
The piece he wrote, Jeff, Geoff Schlernberger. Is that who you're talking about? That guy?
No. Oh, no,
okay.
not that guy. No, this is Nina Power.
Well, they're all retarded. You can tell them I said that.
Phil has this, like, what is this? This
I know what you're talking about now.
Sorry, but Phil has pinned this tweet. Here, do you want to explain the tweet, Phil? It's just the first act of Commerce, this like immigration act that proves the founders were white nationalists. It's one of these arguments, right?
Not necessarily. I mean, it's just exactly what it is.
You're saying it's in the founding documents.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, you can interpret it any way you want, but I think that they pointed out pretty
what
clearly.
The fuck is that? You got a voice mod? What the hell is that?
He's incognito. It's fine.
Is this how it goes in Richard Spencer's
Well,
spaces?
he was.
This is actually
this is a recorded space, and he spoke with his real voice.
Yeah.
No, he was speaking with his real voice till now.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Sorry. There was a Edward Norton doppelganger in here earlier. I just wanted to.
Wait, where's Richard? Is Richard not even in here?
He's coming back. He's doing some work. He's probably cleaning the house.
The work sets Richard free,
Yeah, he left right when things were heating up a little bit.
As soon as I show up, as soon as I find public Wi-Fi in the wharf in Thessaloniki.
I know. No, very typical.
Well, so the founding document says, that all men are created equal, and this is just an act of Congress that's already not applying anymore. So it's not really the founding document, right? I hear these arguments all the time. It's like, did you know Jefferson wrote in the notes on the state of Virginia? It's like, well, I read the Declaration of Independence, and that's the one he started the country with. So that is interesting. It's fascinating about that particular contingent time and place. But they obviously had something else in mind.
What did you think about the first Immigration Act of Congress?
Here's what I think about the
not
first Immigration Act. They should have let me write it because I have an immaculate perception for what peoples are actually white. Okay, so I spent the last 2 weeks in Serbia, and now I'm here in Greece, and instantly I can tell you some of the people I've seen here are much whiter than the Serbian people. I don't know what accounts for this, but they literally should have just like let me be the judge.
Meds are definitely less white. Benjamin Franklin had it.
No.
Benjamin Franklin had
You
it
don't
right.
understand it.
They're
Okay.
lazy. They
You
have
get
no
these
Protestant work ethic.
Excuse me.
Yeah,
You get these weird,
apologies.
extremely Albanian phenotypes in places like Serbia. They look like early European farmers. They're extremely brown. But here in Greece, I've actually seen a lot of like pale people, but they have that like that Turkish flavor of white to them. So I don't know if it counts exactly as true white. If we're being strict Nordicists, maybe not, but nonetheless whiter than some of the Serbs. Can I say
This
this?
is highly
You hear
autistic.
that, Phil?
All right.
Turks are allowed in, according to this act of Congress.
Whoa. Don't take this out of context. I'm still a Nordicist through and through, okay? If you're
Rest
not
assured.
looking like a archetypal SS officer, I say we just fucking execute you. Sorry, Ace. That probably means you as well. But
I understand. I understand.
I'll say briefly that it's well known that modern Greeks have a great deal of Eastern European admixture, and so that should be noted.
That is true. I've seen some extremely retarded looking people here. In fact, I just saw a really retarded guy cycle past me on a clown-sized bike. I don't know. He looked really retarded. Okay, there is like this sort of like Greek like deli, like pickled deli physiognomy. I don't know how to describe it. There's like a noble Greek, but there's also a retarded Greek with like an extremely broad face, like a really extended upper lip with like a very dark mustache, and a very pronounced.
Sorry, the Mossad is interfering with your communication. Could you say that again? Oh shit, they got him.
Phil drew the white line halfway through Sicilians.
Fuck
so
me.
only half
Direct
of the
orders.
Sicilians are white.
Direct orders from Netanyahu.
That's right, only half.
I don't know. There's like a lot of retarded looking people here in Eastern Europe. That's all I'm gonna say. Okay, like at least 50% of the people here look retarded. It might be higher.
I mean, they kind of are. Their IQs are a little lower.
I can't.
Man, they're really.
What is he saying?
They're really interfering. Just I don't know.
Can you not
Netanyahu. No, you're breaking up hard right now.
It's because I'm on the fucking free Wi-Fi. Do you like free Wi-Fi?
Man, it's brutal out there. This is the woes of being a Spangler scholar. You have some financial difficulties, some internet outages. You got to be careful out there. I think Michael Millerman tweeted about this.
Are you on the train with Thomas 77, just wandering whimsically around Europe?
No, not right now.
Yeah.
That was a separate time. Yeah, it would have been hard to get a hold of me if on the Chicago summit. But yeah, no, it's so true. Were there anything else in these jumbotrons you guys are sending? Mercury, you sent this. You kind of got cut off because of the internet stuff. You sent in a tweet in here, but we never really got to it because we moved on. But did you want to get into that? What is this? The anti-racist guy in New York Times? Okay, I see.
Yeah, do you see that? It's just
to change how we talk is to change who we are. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just horseshoe theory. So I'm sure people in this space would just scoff at it as horseshoe theory, but I really do see, like, you just look at those photos next to each other and you just see the logical deduction happening, right? And it's like, where can you argue with them? You put this in the New York Times. Do you know?
Yeah. Interesting.
And Richard has an article with Thomas Chatterton Williams where he talks about this, where it's like the negative image, right?
Jonathan who?
Thomas Chatterton Williams, I think is his name, who they've since disowned because he told a story about himself in a biography or something. But it was in the New York Times, and he talked.
This was like years ago.
This is years ago, yeah. But these reruns still going. He's really started an industry, man.
Yeah, let me do the Spencer fact check on this one in the New York Times.
It goes back to that pragmatic view of language, though, right? Where if it's not a mirror of reality and it's a tool, if you really change the way people talk about representation and stuff like that, it has unintended side effects.
So this is like 19th century postmodernism. Is that
no? Because postmodernism is European and this is American pragmatism. Yeah. So not to cut you off, but that's exactly.
No.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be effectively the same reality bending tactic? Like we can't find God, so we're just gonna.
No, because it's deflationary, I think. So it's not a reality bending tactic. It's like a resignation. It's like it's where I can't speak, I must remain silent. As opposed to like the Hegelian notion of like the absolute subject putting their will into the world. Right? Do you know what I'm
Yeah. Sense? Well, that's Hegel's, to contrast.
Yeah. And like the conflicts on the European continent seems to be full of like Hegelian absolute subjects trying to put their will into the world on each other with this like Manichaean view of the world, like you're either anti or for, right? And they kind of mirror each other. That sort of Hegelian logic shows you that their negations are actually, there's a narcissism of small differences. They're not opposites, actually. They're very similar. And, like fascists and communists in Italy were very similar. They were often like switch teams all the time.
Right. Yeah, I know. Gosh, it's unfortunate Spurgler left. But yeah, that's Millerman talks about the Heidegger's critique of Spengler, where he says just because you invert Platonism, it's still Platonism, and so he's discrediting Nietzsche and just about every Western philosopher in doing that. So I guess it's sort of a bigger project to try and go back to pre-philosophy history and not use any philosopher as like a guidepost because they're effectively just not understanding being, if I understand it correctly.
Bloom calls that, the literary critic Bloom calls that the anxiety of influence. And yeah, that's why I like the classics a lot, because it's sort of free of that, Marxists would call it mystification or something, like that baggage. And that's why I like tracking the separate mimetic ancestry in the American continent, because you can track it like you track a people moving. Ideas move. This is all pre-internet, right? And so people are like who they talk to, basically. It's not everything they're like, but it's one salient factor to not be reductive.
Harold Bloom said that?
Harold Bloom, The Anxiety of Influence, is a book he wrote. And so, but you can call it, the meme is a meme itself, right? And there are these like discrete units of cultural transmission and information that, speciate and reproduce. And you can track that just like you would track physiognomy or whatever these new pagans are into all the time. The paganism, man, it just gets reduced into this obsession with appearance in its popular form, from what I see on the timeline. It's spiritually bankrupt in that sense.
Yeah, no, I agree, Mercury. I agree.
Ace, do you usually co-host these spaces?
No, this was very out of nowhere. I'm a little overwhelmed, to be honest. But
what did you do with Spencer? It's in your basement.
No, his internet was wigging out, so he made me co-host to fix the issue. But yeah, that was so he left, and he's gonna come back later after doing some work. But yeah, we basically have a run of the place, so we can get all philosophical. We can talk about Heidegger. Should get that Austrian guy in here. Yo, we got Z.
Yo, what's going on?
Let's go. This is a Zoomer Spencer space, finally.
So I just want to say, Spencer, I know he's not here. He did a really good job.
Well, he's not here right now, but
Ace, you did a really good job. It was really good. It was a good chaser for the Rufo space earlier. It was pretty cool. Good after party. So yeah.
So true. Yeah, I guess we should thank them for getting us on this track. So hey, maybe it's the gift that keeps on giving. You know, it's like if we didn't have neocons, Straussians, you know, what do we talk about all day? So hey, maybe there's something to that. You know, if there was no Federal Reserve, you know, who would we point the finger at? You
Can't
know?
wait till Zuki comes in here and asks Richard to recite his burger monologue once again. I can't wait for that. Yeah.
It's not a Spencer space if we don't get a random straggler to bring up a 3-year-old meme. That's true.
Speaking of which, Spurgler's back, so hopefully his internet's not shit.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Yo, let's go. Yeah, that's a funny Millerman video because it's basically just like a diatribe against Spangler saying like you're a zoologist, you don't understand being. So that's a pretty funny video, but it's just kind of interesting.
That's actually exactly what I would say to a lot of these new pagans. Yeah, they're just talking about phenotypes and physiognomy all day, basically.
Mm-hmm. No, for sure. But yeah, here we'll send the invite again. Gosh.
Speaking of phenotypes, has anyone read Aristotle's Physiognomics? Is that what it's called?
What?
He has a book on physiognomy.
No, I think I should though. Maybe Spurgler will help me out if I do.
Does Bab cite it in his new book? Should I read that?
I'm sure.
So long.
I'm sure he's checked it out.
Yeah. It's Bab is doing like Karl Popper wrote a book that's like fascism is because of Plato and Hegel, and Bab's like trying to confirm it, I think, or something like that.
It's the same thesis, maybe. That's pretty funny.
It's like it's all a cover.
Except he likes it. Oh, and also eugenics. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's like Popper's argument in that book. He's like the absolute form actually leads to racism or something like that, and that's what this new book seems to be to me.
Well, I think he's saying like, I think it's a little more than that. Like, you know, only like higher races are able to really make culture, and like, you know, that's why it boils down to race.
Well, what does race mean so he's a biologist, right? Because we're talking about phenotypes and physiognomy. We're talking about these people, right? Because
with Aristotle,
when
I don't know what
Bab,
we're talking about.
Yeah, what were we?
When we're talking about Bab, I'm talking about Bab.
Oh, Bab.
That's kind of the reason I came here. Yeah,
that's why you came here.
It's one of the reasons. Well, he's like if Spencer was too afraid of his own beliefs or something like that. Is the way. Like Spencer just goes around with his name. But the Nietzschean Liebman's philosophy it seems to be the common mimetic ancestry there. And like higher races, so Evelyn's idea of race is not biological, and he has this idea of spiritual aristocrats.
Oh gosh, you're gonna make me pull up.
Yeah.
Keep talking. Let me find that page.
I really
in
should
Great
stop.
Thoughts. No. This is you know, most normal Twitter user on this app. You're helping me out here.
Yeah. I'm killing the dead. What, 6 listeners left? Look at all these people. You can't let them listen.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. We're Bread and Circus show. We gotta.
Yeah.
You can't just inherit like a mansion and then just play video games in one room. You know, you got to take advantage of the whole plot of land. All right, let me find. Where was this at? I think this was Dugin's take on Heidegger, if I remember correctly. But let me, because they were talking about how Heidegger believes that race is too metaphysical, and
Yeah.
so he disavows. And then Evel, or what did I say? Yeah, that's what Heidegger thinks, and Evola thinks it's not spiritual enough. But I'm butchering it, so I apologize.
His concept of race is just ritualistic. It's about the right being passed down through generation. And like, so what? Here, I'll say this about Italians: they're superstitious. They don't even like believe in biology. They think like you're capturing their soul when you take a picture of them. That, you know, a lot of them don't even go anywhere near the vaccine. Like they don't. They have this like this spiritual, mystical kind of like metaphysic or phenomenology a lot of the time, even amongst the common people. You know. So they don't have this, like, Evel at least doesn't have this like biologism that I see in like the German Lebensphilosophy. You know, it's an interesting distinction. I think that most people, it's hair splitting. I think to a lot of people, I think it's very important.
Isn't it kind of implied that he's talking about Europeans though? Like, I haven't read Evola, but I just assumed that.
He definitely like does the Hyperborean idea and all that, but I'd have to go get past
Bronze Age pervert?
No, now we're
What's
talking
that?
about Evola.
Oh yeah,
No,
sorry, I got
Bronze Age
lost for a
pervert
second.
seems to definitely. Well, I don't know. I've never read him.
Yeah,
I don't want to
same.
say. I just see his industry. You know. Evola definitely does the Hyperborea thing. I've in Revolt Against the Modern World, but I could get the passages he explicitly talks about. And it's a very Roman thing, too, and he loves the Roman Empire. Like, you can get someone from another caste and initiate them into yours through it, as long as they're willing to take up the right, as long as they have, like, the spiritual initiative. And that's a very important distinction to me. Now, like a lot of people, I don't know, Evola probably has some dirty laundry because of his proximity to World War II and blah, 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 blah. But I think, like, that's a distinction people miss a lot. And, like, these pagans that cite Evola all the time, that are talking about physiognomy and, like, stuff like that, don't really get him, I don't think.
Yeah, probably a miscommunication there due to the... It's like a political endorsement, not a full-on philosophy cosign. Gosh, I thought this was
just a fandom. It's just interesting.
Yeah.
Italian and German worldviews were very different, and it was like the short way for me to say it is what it seems to me to be. And the alliance was very opportunistic, you know. Like there were key distinctions between them, but it was like a geopolitical reality that they were in Central Europe. And you can try. You should stop letting me talk, man.
No, you're carrying the space right now.
I know, but I'm radicalizing people.
I thought this.
Wait, so your argument is that Evola would say that like any race, as long as like there's a person that has that like aristocratic soul, they could be like initiated into the spiritual aristocracy or something? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like the Roman conquers the people, they like take out the old aristocracy and they go, look, you pay taxes, you would participate in our rights, you're Roman now. He very much had that idea.
But I don't know, I don't think he would say that like there's like spiritual aristocrats within the Negro race. I know there's like that. I started reading that essay he did about the negrification of America.
Yeah.
It's like just a meme basically, but you know, just the fact that like that's like a you know, diminutive or I don't know. I don't know. He doesn't. I think he is. I don't think he's like that much of a universalist. I think he is pretty racist. I mean,
yeah, I've only read Revolt Against the Modern World. I think it's fair to call him racist, but he just doesn't really believe in biology. And I don't know. I would disagree with him. I can think of a couple, but everyone would scoff at me. You're not voting for Cornel West? Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, it's very. That's official. I can't, dude. It's boggling. I can't even find this text. Well, anyways. All right, what do we got? Who's lining up here? We're doing some curating here. All right. Some new blood.
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in about the Ebola stuff. I think he's probably, especially when it comes to like his opinions on race, he is probably like the most misunderstood. So he's not like a universalist per se. He just has a sort of 2 or 3 lane breakdown of race. It's the race of the body, the race of the mind, and then is it race of the spirit, and then race of the soul. He has like a tripartite breakdown of race, and then he has this sort of caste element to it, to which he thinks that. So like if I use the Spanish, so like I'll use like the Spanish example that you see like in Mexico. So the concept that you can sort of like the best mestizo can marry up or marry into a higher caste, and then therefore their kid will be born into a higher caste, if that makes any sense. So like he acknowledged that you can have a full race of the body, right? So you can be 100% whatever ethnos or whatever race, but you can be so completely and spiritually degenerated that you might be like spiritually African. You know what I mean? Like, so you might be 110% pure, true cold, white Nordic Aryan or whatever the fuck. But you're, in terms of your spirit, in terms of your mind, you're like spiritually African. So like the average like wigger. So like Eminem, to be honest, is like the perfect example of this. There's like the Eminem type that is like, yeah, whatever. He's like 100% European, but he's just like a dumbass wigger, literally. So like that's probably the best. That's essentially, I think, what Ebola was getting at when he talks about race. And a lot of people just misquote the fuck out of him and say like, oh no, he's a universalist completely, and it doesn't matter, doesn't believe in it. Well, no, he didn't take the sort of zero sum one drop stance that you would see in like contemporary, or maybe not contemporary, but sort of like old WASP America, or to what what a lot of National Socialists at the time might have viewed race as. So that's all.
Yeah, and maybe the Fascism from the Right book throws people off and says, what's your problem? Shouldn't you be on board with all this stuff since you guys believe the same stuff? But obviously there's nuance, and Spangler had a similar critique against the Nazis. But Phil, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you could get Stacy in on this. I wanted to know what she had to say.
Stacy, I appreciate the support of the space. In my stewardship of the space, I think I have some limitations, but I want to thank you for tuning in. I hope you're learning a lot. I hope you're learning about Hegelian materialism, etc.
Oh man, bring her up here. Let's see what she has to say.
Oh, man. All right, listen, Stacy, I can't be held accountable for my actions, so you're gonna get one chance since nobody has a topic to bring forward. We're gonna entertain this, and then we'll just go from there.
You're gonna entertain me? That's it? Is that it?
Okay, Stacy, I'm sorry.
Shit, though. You want to come at me? Then go ahead, bro. I swear to God, I will fucking drug you under the table. I have to deal with it from both sides. You want to hear about my fucking despise? I deal with it from white and the black, okay? They are like, you are, oh my God, you're a fucking light-skinned bitch. Oh my God, I don't want you, bitch. I swear to God, I deal with it from both sides, bitch.
Are you on drugs?
I fucking swear to God, I got combat on you. Fucking motherfuckers, I've gone through so much fucking drama. I'm sorry. Let's go
Bro,
ahead.
put the fentanyl down.
I'm sorry.
Are you crying?
No, that was me.
I
Like
can't
my
tell.
fake crying. That was
Oh,
my fake
don't
crying.
cry.
But I swear to
Damn, I
God,
was.
like I swear to God, you want to come at me hard? I swear to God, I will come at you. Tres
All
años,
right, thank you, Stacy.
puta.
I
Tres
appreciate the
años,
support.
puta. I fell in love
Let's
with the
fucking go,
fucking
Stacy. Let's
Cuban. I
fucking go,
fell in love
Stacy.
with the
Sorry, this
Cuban.
is a mulatto
Every,
free space.
Everyone
Sorry.
follow Stacy. Hey now,
all right, thank you,
it's
Stacy.
I
about
wasn't
conduct.
even there for that shit.
Yeah.
I'll take you on,
God
bitch.
damn.
What
Full
did she
fentanyl.
mean by that?
She's marketing her OnlyFans.
All right. I apologize, everyone. I don't know what I could have possibly expected. Probably that.
I knew it was going to be good.
Alrighty. See, where can we go from here?
I mean,
What
I'm
tangent?
stuck on Evola right now.
Stuck on Evola.
Yeah, the unit.
Well, I got a quick question. Where's Richard at? I came in here a little late.
He's doing his work, and he'll be back later. But we get the run of the place.
Ace is holding him hostage.
No. Look, listen, me and Richard aren't that tight, so I just want to dispel any rumors.
Hey,
I'm a very nice
Who's
guy.
this Ebola character I keep hearing about?
Yeah, he's like this Italian guy or something.
I kept hearing about him. People wouldn't shut up about him.
Isn't
I don't know anything about him.
Isn't the Evolian view of aristocracy as far as Douglas explained it? Isn't that like totally? I see that as totally in line with like the eugenicist view that you can elevate people through eugenics to like kind of
I'm so glad you
produce
brought
a
that
more aristocratic soul, but you can also
Yeah.
degenerate. They can also degenerate over time.
At least in the terms
Yeah,
of
it's very much
Birkenau.
a eugenicist.
No, well, hold on.
Sorry, go ahead.
And like Evola did not like the German National Socialists because he saw this centralizing modern bureaucracy. Like he didn't like this idea of scientific management. Like the Germans are much more modern than the Italians. Still today, the Germans are much more modern than the Italians. And so no, I don't think he would endorse like this sort of neurotic fixation on like phenotypes and like genetic purging and stuff, like because he did not trust, because the German National Socialists just flattened all the aristocracies of Germany and all the autonomous principalities, and like deracinated them, according to Evola. Isn't that interesting? The Nazis deracinated Germany, according to him. So that's like a hubris almost. He doesn't believe in science, in the modern scientific conception of the world. He believes in this concept of metahistory, where you like align with the tradition with a capital T.
So what you're saying is that they weren't like eugenicists enough, like in the right way, where they could actually be, because they did like, because they,
I'm not
his
saying
critique is that, they couldn't do the right, elevation of the aristocratic souls. So they should.
Yeah, Evola was he was very metaphysical. He was a capital T traditionalist. So he viewed the Reich as being just much more materialist.
It's a product of
and
the
very
modern world,
Marxism.
and he's revolting against the modern
So
world.
capital T.
Yeah.
So he's capital T tradition. So because third position in general is not free from. If I could be wrong here, but to call yourself a capital T traditionalist is to reject anything from the Enlightenment and on to the modern age. So you have to be like pretty much pre-Enlightenment, and obviously third positionism, and especially National Socialism specifically, was very much it's like a reactionary modernist movement. So it didn't completely reject everything from the Enlightenment. It doesn't completely reject Darwin, for example. So in those senses, that's where Evola would greatly sort of depart from National Socialism, and that's like where a lot of his criticisms come from.
Yeah, it's like this.
Thank you.
It's this post-Hegelian rationalism where the rational subject just becomes the whole world. It's almost like this solipsism, this totalizing solipsism. And he, like, that's individualistic to him. Marcuse actually writes about this too, where the will turns inward and makes the entire world the will. And that's very antithetical to like aligning yourself with the like the meta history, as he calls it, of what got you here.
So Marcuse and Hitler on the same team? ? It's over. It's over.
Now, well, Popper would also say Hegel's the problem. So now I'm sorry, I sound like a liberal, but
this is all liberal. These are all liberal critiques in this space.
Well, this is a Spencer space, so we're all liberals here.
There you go. There you go.
So true.
It's easy
I
to
would
forget.
die for Zelensky.
We're all moderates. We're 17th century moderates.
I'm riding with Biden, bro.
What is the meta history of the 21st century? Do we have any great historic individuals?
Do you want total malarkey? I ask you now.
the negation of the negation. Who you guys voting for anyway?
I'm voting for Biden, unironically.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah, I voted for Biden in 2020, and I'll do it again.
Wow.
That's incredible.
Is this how the aristocracy gets built?
Kinda, yeah. It's like you're voting for the CIA.
It's a joke.
He sends rockets to Ukraine, my guy. So of course I'm voting for him. Also, if there's any owl enjoyers here, I posted a owl. Should be up in the Jumbotron, I think.
Owl enjoyers? Like night owls?
No, just owls.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
God damn it, Phil. Stop putting these up here.
I can't help it.
You big old son of a bitch. Saw him at work today.
Don't get me on the... I'm going to start talking about the Federal Reserve now.
No, let's not do that.
No,
if we really...
we're talking about owls, bro.
Oh, right.
I don't even see your... Oh, I guess I forget we have we have comments. Excuse me, I'm a poor host. Oh, okay, is this Tom Lopez Motors? Yeah. Thank you for your comments, Stacy. Ice Spice Graper. Oh, okay, sorry, it took me a while. That's
Is Dana AFK as well? Is she
Dana?
Yeah.
Yeah, I assume so. What do we got here? The New Yorker article. Thank you, Lisa. Somebody's asking. Yeah, I think there's a lot of confusion when there's a lot of right-wing people in a Spencer space. People are wondering if it's ironic, if this is for justifying certain things. Very, very American space. You get to hear a little bit of everybody.
Well, yeah, I'm curious because I've seen Dana in these spaces a lot, and I'm curious to I don't know if it's just because of
Thank you,
I
Donica.
see a lot of lib types, normie lib types.
Thank you, Donica. So true. Very underrated tweet.
Fuck you, Donica.
Can someone explain? Oh gosh, that's a can of worms. This tweet. It's auto difficult.
Here, why don't you bring up more people?
We don't really have. We just have Stacy requesting, and I don't know if that's really. I don't think.
Bring up Donica. Donica, get your ass up here.
All right. Well, we'll see.
Let's Stacy up again. Give her 3
No,
strikes.
I don't.
Hey guys, give her 3 strikes.
I'm back.
Wait, Richard, I don't know if you want to
good.
do this.
I love you guys.
Richard.
I love you guys. I'll be good.
This person's not very political.
No. I'm like across
She's
the
the
board.
life of the party.
I'm with each party. I swear to God.
Stacy 69.
You're a crack supporter? Yeah, I can tell.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay,
So are
wow.
you a
Wow.
real like sex worker, or are
Stacy,
you
you're
just
supposed to
this?
do
Can we
better
not
than the
talk about that?
stereotypes.
Can we not talk about that? Like,
Okay, well, it's in your profile, but
okay, so you went and checked that, but that's okay. Anyways,
it
that
is
has
okay.
nothing to do about me.
Can someone translate?
Okay.
That has nothing
Okay.
to do
Well,
about me.
what do you want to talk about? What's your point?
I love you guys. That's all.
Oh, thank
You
you.
know what I
We
love?
love you
You know what
too.
I love is freedom. Freedom.
No,
We
you
are
love,
Huh?
you
America.
love,
You
no,
ain't.
no,
We are
listen.
This
USA. We are USA.
She
this
loves
is
free
this is very
drugs
Rousseauian.
and alcohol.
We are USA. Not much of you actually dated a fucking Cuban, okay? Fuck them.
You're
Fuck
brown.
them and their socialism. Their socialism, if you want to get political with this shit, oh my God.
You don't even know what
God,
government
oh my
is.
God, oh my God. Oh my God, oh my God, those motherfuckers ain't
Wow.
got shit with this. I swear to
So, are
God, I
you
fucking
pro
love this
Q? Are you
motherfucker and
even
I will
yourself?
fucking be a
What
badass
language?
bitch if
What
this
language is this?
motherfucking Cuban
Wow.
wants.
I'll fuck you up, Stacy.
Wow.
It's the same
That
one
is
Phil's speaking.
remarkable.
Are we in the George Floyd riots? What is this?
What
Hey,
was
man.
going on there?
Just I guess some
Subscribe
Rousseauian
subscribe
philosophy
to her
talking about
OnlyFans,
freedom.
man.
That
Yeah.
might have been Aramaic.
No, I don't think it was.
I don't think
It
so
is
either,
weird
but
how
I mean,
some American dialects have become like new languages and just strange accents. You know that crazy woman who was like the give me coconut hot dog woman on TikTok that was
Oh
trending?
my goodness.
Yeah. And then they had something like a normal TikTok of her when she's speaking. And I mean, what possible dialect is that?
I think she's from Quebec.
Quebec?
Yeah, she's like speaking like some sort of like gargled French or something.
Oh, okay. Well, that kind of explains it. Maybe.
is that like Eskimo?
Something like that. Yeah, totally bizarre.
I've heard this about Canadians. You speak French, and they say we don't speak French, and then you try to speak English, and they say we don't speak English.
All right.
Yeah.
You guys let Stacy back up?
Yeah.
Aaron. No, it was my call to not bring her up, but
I say you
think
give her
we're all
3 strikes.
No, I think we've
That's a
heard
good rule.
all the dialectics have been wasted. Richard, somebody was asking about
oh yeah, go ahead.
Nietzsche Leipzig. Go ahead.
Do you think Bronze Age pervert's a faithful exponent of like German Lebens philosophy? And like
Leibniz, I got that's his
Oh,
university.
Lebensphilosophie.
Yeah.
No, I don't. I mean, I don't look. I probably should read BAP's dissertation now that it's did this big waves on Amazon. I don't want to bash him too hard. It's just like taking what he takes from Nietzsche and Plato, etc., and it just strikes me as bizarre, to be honest. I mean, I it's not like it isn't there. I mean, as I said many times, I mean, I think one of the reasons that I read Nietzsche for the first time, or other people, it's like you want this badass, like might is right, philosophizing with a hammer and so on. But that's just ultimately really not Nietzsche, and that's not why Nietzsche survived. And it just seems very strange. Also, kind of focusing on the eugenics quality of Plato, I think is completely, utterly misguided.
Oh, that's good.
It's just this notion that like that was some unique aspect of Plato, or that he wasn't saying something else. I don't even know what to say. I keep trying to read BAP and I just put it down because I just am not interested in this stuff.
Richard,
But,
you're giving way too much to a question that was poorly constructed. he presented BAP being some kind of Germanic anything. In fact, BAP focuses on Hellenic philosophy, right? So formulate your question better.
Yeah, but he's Nietzschean, and he's from Romania. So he has no business
Nietzsche
saying
was a Jew.
he's a gypsy.
Okay.
He's a gypsy
Hold
talking
on.
No,
about
Nietzsche
wrong.
was
eugenics.
not a Jew.
No, you're wrong.
Are you
Hold
saying
on.
that BAP is a Jew? I think that has been verified, but Nietzsche was not a Jew.
Yeah, Nietzsche loved Jews, isn't that right?
100% right.
It's
Right.
complicated.
And
It's
also
complicated.
Romanian
All right,
and Romani are different, but I didn't expect you to know anything else.
Donica is
But they're correlated.
She's a culture critic.
What is Hellenism in this sense?
Exactly.
Hellenism is early Greek philosophy, culture. The Greeks of modern civilization are not the same as Hellenic people.
Well, are you referring to pre-Socratic philosophy, or are you referring to
Socrates?
Platonism?
Socrates was one of that Hellenic culture. So no, not pre. No.
Well, hold. So no, you guys. I mean, my general take is that you all are pro Plato, right?
Who's you all?
Are you speaking on behalf of BAP?
No, I'm
Or
not. I'm
Baptist?
speaking on the exact opposite philosophy of BAP, which is Hellenic.
Okay.
You can't present it as Germanic when it's Hellenic.
It's
two different
Nietzschean.
things.
It's Nietzsche is a big
Okay,
part of
I
Leibniz's
feel like we're
philosophy.
playing a shell
Mercury,
game.
you're stupid. It sounds.
Okay.
I feel. Hold on. I feel like we're playing
I'm
a
okay with
shell game
sounding
with
stupid.
language.
Yeah.
Just address what someone says and judge it on its merits. I mean, like in terms of in terms of Hellenism. I mean, again, the Hellenistic age is a post-Platonic age that included the translation of the Hebrew Bible and etc. and moves into the Christian world. If you're thinking about like early Greek, like what is there before Plato or something, I think that's an interesting topic. But I feel like you're playing a shell game with terms, and I can't quite, look at what discover what you're talking about. So you believe in the opposite of Baptism, which is Hellenism, which is pre-Socratic philosophy?
No. BAP, you're not listening. BAP presents a Hellenist philosophy, right? This person who is Mercury or Tony, I don't know, they both look brown to me, so I don't really distinguish.
I'll take it.
I don't really look. Sorry, what were you saying, Mercury?
No, go ahead. You're telling me how Nietzsche's a Hellenist.
No more speakers. No more.
No. I want to do that. What else were we doing?
Richard, I was going to ask if you preferred early Plato, or excuse me, early Nietzsche over the latter.
No. I kind of like it all. I mean, I like mid-period Nietzsche as well, where he was figuring things out. The Birth of Tragedy is very. I mean, he kind of like, blew his wad, so to speak, and then I think spent a lot of the middle period where he was like trying to find something new. But I do think that there's a coherent late teaching in Nietzsche, beginning with Zarathustra, and this kind of beginning sort of with the Die fröhliche Wissenschaft, the gay science. But yeah, I mean, I think there are three periods. There's like early Nietzsche, mostly the Birth of Tragedy, and maybe you could say some of the untimely meditations and so on. It's kind of the middle period, which is interesting, but maybe not as like worth rereading and dwelling on. And then I think once you get to Zarathustra, this is a mature, like definitive teaching. But I like it all.
How much of it is just a reaction to Christianity and like has that anxiety of influence? Like how much of it is just the Antichrist, right?
Well, I think all of these things are very ambiguous. I mean, in the stuff that I've been talking about in our group, I think Nietzsche is, in a way, a very Christian thinker. I mean, he's trying to transfigure Christianity, but he's maintaining the structure. And I think that actually makes him very interesting. I mean, I think there is this kind of like issue of the Antichrist
He's a delusion Christian like yourself and like many others. So I'd say
Delusioned
that whole.
Christian.
I mean, say again. Delusion. Yes. It's
Okay. Disillusioned Christian.
Disillusioned. Disillusioned.
Okay.
Or, you know, you know what? One of the, you know, even before I like started to dislike you less, Mr. Spencer. You know, you did kind of say the phrase like cultural Christian, which I understood and was, you know, I thought was fairly applicable to many people within modern society. Because I mean, we're all practically atheists. You know, this whole weird drive. Not to just diss BAP or anything like that, or whatever he says, but you know, the fucking pagan shit. It's just fucking fake and gay. It's like, yo, no, you're atheist like me. You know, you think,
I don't know.
okay, you think you want to bring back the gods or whatever the fuck. It's not going to happen, or it's just really weird and larpy. So don't do it.
Okay.
But
I mean, that's not a very. Point taken, but it's not a particularly compelling critique. I mean, you're
I'm
just
not
saying
critiquing
like
you though.
Nothing's possible. It all sucks, man. Just admit you're an atheist, dude.
No, I'm not saying maybe
it's
an
like,
atheist.
All right, thank you, Matthew McConaughey. Whatever.
But I'm not. But you know, in terms of just trashing Christianity and then just throwing it all away, because you're like, okay, well, that's a false idol, and but what was really working was whatever the Greeks were believing in. It's like, no, you're a fucking idiot.
Well, are you accusing me of that, or are you?
No, I'm not accusing you of that. I'm accusing the other speakers here.
Oh, worked pretty well. I mean,
and also just like, you know, a lot of so-called Baptists who like say this kind of stuff. I just kind of shrug off.
Can anyone represent BAP for me? So this is a genuine question. Like, someone offer BAPism in the best light.
Okay, a smart person I know summarized it very shortly by saying that what he ultimately wants is a sort of restoration of a eugenic European aristocracy, which is actually the center of political power. And, you know, others can feel free to correct me about that, but this kind of makes sense, having read what he's written, that's his ultimate political goal.
Well, that's all fine and good, but you get there through gay bodybuilders and like all these
exactly.
Well, it's
the opposite of spiritual virility.
That's part of like
Sabine women or something.
Exactly.
That's like so
you just look at yourself in the mirror. You don't read anything. You work on your bench like that. That seems to be like the practical advice. You don't go to work because work's slave morality. You know, you don't try to, like, it's this total fatalism that I see in practice.
Dude, for at least a year straight,
go ahead.
I totally confused him with Soul Bra, that Soul Bra guy. It took me like a year because I'd seen their stuff throughout the sphere, and to me it just looked like all the same shit. It's like I thought he and like Soul Bra were basically like the same thing for like a year or maybe longer until I actually started paying attention and realized they're two different things. But
Richard, do you like Crowley at all? Are you familiar with him?
Oh no!
Well, he's an antichrist figure himself, Crowley. You know. Yeah,
that's a little bit. That's a little different.
It's because some of these pagans are esotericists. You know.
I don't know enough about Crowley. I mean, I imagine I might find something interesting there, but I'm not really read up on him.
He's definitely world historical, right? Yeah, there's that song. And he's like he changed history, you know. So I figured.
So I just asked, are you talking about Aleister Crowley?
Yeah, I think that's giving him a little too much credit.
Okay. I don't think that. No, I think working for MI5 gives you a lot of leeway to change history, you know. Mussolini kicked him out. He was like, "Get the fuck out of here! Stop drinking cat's blood," which probably some Baptists are doing right now with some like e-girls.
Probably not, but yeah, maybe it's best to just reserve him to the Ozzy Osbourne trivia, and maybe that's should be the extent of it.
Probably.
It seems like people lose their minds when they get into that stuff.
The occult, yes, but this path from paganism leads to it a lot, to the Hermetic idea or something like that. Do you know what do you see what I'm talking about?
Kinda, yeah. If you embrace like the anti-metaphysical thinking we were talking about earlier, yeah, I guess it could go in all, like, it can turn into Kenneth Anger, can turn into that, which is effectively the same thing as Crowley. So yeah, I guess that's the extreme consequences of denying God is ending up like that.
It's very material because, like, crypto Twitter, I don't know if you guys have noticed how it's exploded, but it's full of, they like combine this nouveau rich class has this like will to power artificial aristocrat lifestyle brand right now that's palpable to me.
Hey, just to clarify something, Mr. Spencer, do you have you become less of an atheist, more agnostic? Do you have more faith in God now, or something? Or just kind of curious about this in your personal stance.
Well, I'm not really a fedora-wearing atheist, and I am part of a project that is attempting to make religion resonate in the modern world, to be honest. So I grasp the need for this. I think as I've gotten older, I have a deeper. I mean, I'm not a Christian, but I have a deeper respect for Christianity, and I feel like a better understanding of it.
I'd say it's the same. I'd say maybe not.
But I mean, like Christianity, like understood theologically and philosophically. I think the right likes Christianity. Like they don't even really like think about it too hard. It's just like, oh, Christian, have baby, no commit crime, go to work, like Jesus good. I mean, that isn't that basically why conservatives like Christianity? Like, have they really thought about it all that much?
Well, I mean,
of course they haven't.
I guess that's. I mean, you described my mother, so and she's Christian, but she's not white. She's Korean, obviously, of course. But like, I don't know. Would you still call yourself a cultural Christian like myself? I mean, we kind of.
Well, I think that, I remember Richard Dawkins called himself a cultural Christian. I mean, it's like, yeah, we are in Christianity, where we are derived from it to such a degree. It's hard to escape it. So, I mean, in that sense, yeah.
Yeah. So, okay, that's I mean, same. Geez, we're like agreeing and stuff. That's weird. But
why did you hate me at one point? I don't know why.
Well, you were because you were you. I don't know. You were like.
Well, I tend to make people. I tend to divide the wheat from the chaff, so to speak. I kind of make people hate me or love me.
Well, you weren't exactly the most likable guy from I don't know, like 2012 and on. So, I mean, you kind of you had your.
That's like the whole arc.
Yeah. Well,
throwing in like the whole.
We don't have to get into this shit about the things that have happened.
I hate you because you voted for Joe Biden.
Oh yeah, that was a great arc too. When you were like,
that's why most people hate me. I mean, like all these people talk about like, oh, I lost all these friends because I dared to support Trump or whatever. It's like I have lost many more quote unquote friends because I voted for Joe Biden than I ever lost.
Yeah, well, I mean, well, it's funny because because Trump won me over while you started to hate him. And then, then Charlottesville happened, and then, and then it was like a weird time where like the alt-right just basically imploded, and I cherished it because like a lot of guys within that scene, like I mean, I was like already out bad with those dudes, like Gavin McInnes, the Proud Boys and stuff, who I thought were gonna like eventually kill me, but then like
they were that.
No, I mean, it was that bad between me and Gavin. And last time after he like lost his gang, basically, like the last three guys that I like brought me up to him, he became visibly scared. So it like the tables have certainly turned. Because back then, I mean, dude, he had Samoans joining the LA chapter. Those motherfuckers could kill me with their bare hands. Like Proud Boys were serious, dude.
Yeah, and they're beating the shit out of Antifa.
They were like once you got Pacific Islanders into your gang. You know, they were bringing like war elephants into the fucking street fights, man. I gotta admit, like how fast he was able to manifest this like kind of like wannabe Hell's Angels kind of idea, which I pitched to him back in like 2012, and he called me retarded for it. But he just wanted to. But you know, it was man. He was like you. He was like drunk with power, with like the shit that was going on. There was so much momentum. Like you guys won the Battle of Berkeley, and like, I mean, that's what you could call it that. And then Charlottesville happened. That's why there was like this crazy amount of momentum. There was that feeling in the air that you guys were going to it would be some type of radical revolutionary moment where things are just going to change to a scary thing. And then it didn't. And then like some bitch died getting run over by James Field. And then, you know, just like, and then like, so one fat bitch died, and it's like, boom, it's like, that was it. But you know, shit, where was I going with this?
She didn't get run over either, from my understanding.
Yeah, things imploded and all that stuff. But anyway,
the ACLU reported someone threw a rock at that car and it was deleted. It really affected me.
Regardless of any of that, everyone got fucked over. Yeah. I mean, I appeared now. I just became really online on Twitter. But I don't enough about me. I just wanted to say that, you know, in terms of, you know, just throwing away everything Christianity, and then there's this weird neo-pagan revival still getting, you know, appearing online and stuff. And it's just really cringe. I don't know why you guys keep on doing it. Even when like, you know, Bronze Age pervert fans like start saying that they're calling themselves pagans or recognizing the gods
so I don't mean to be that guy, but do you think that the fact that you're
I think
biracial is
cringe. I understand.
Is probably
I actually talked about this today in my subject
preventing you from seeing it.
I don't want to repeat myself.
Wait, okay, I have no idea why the biracial stuff. What's going on, huh?
Yeah, I don't want to be that guy, but like, do you think that
I'm not biracial?
Douglas, can you hear Richard, or vice versa?
I don't think Richard hears Douglas.
Yeah, that's
Doug. If you want to drop down and come back.
Well, Doug, I just want to say that you know, I'm not biracial. I'm a full-blooded gook, and that's like I don't really give a shit about the whole pagan, neo-pagan.
Oh
shit.
yeah, because it's not yours. But okay.
So it's not mine. Why. I don't care. Like it's not really anyone's, dude. Like,
well, no, it is, but you're not understanding that because it's
okay.
It
Which
gods
do you recognize? Do you like go?
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I just want to clarify.
You really into Thor, dude?
He's not a pagan because the Christians didn't call him one. Like, pagan to me is like a return to the primitive.
I mean, you know who are pagans
animalistic
still? Fucking Pajeets. So you want to go and throw in that loud, or is just gonna be like, nah, dude, I'm all about like Thor or fucking Zeus and shit, bro. No, I mean, like, where are you gonna just go with that? It just goes nowhere. And also, like,
well, I mean, it does, but again, it's not your cup of tea. Like, you don't understand it, and you're just not gonna bother to do any research.
Your ancestors probably killed pagans during like during the Christian conquest of Europe.
You embracing the term pagan is a Christian influence.
Even itself, you're just kind of like.
Yeah, I'm not really embracing that term. I'm just trying to understand why this dude is like spurging out and like going on this tangent, like trying to shit on like e-pagans or something like that. I don't know.
I can't hear what's going on.
Yeah, Douglas, drop down and we can.
All right.
Shit, is he one of those like pagans? So he's like an something. I'm sorry if I offended him or.
No, that tends to be a topic that on Twitter seems to.
But yeah, I mean, I'm going to just say it's like, well, you guys have you guys decided to somehow revive some religions, quote unquote, that you're kind of arbitrarily making things up on the spot to follow with the whole neo-pagan stuff. So I just don't really. I know guys are doing that, but it's just sort of like, I mean, just be a Christian or an atheist, man. That's
well, aren't all religions like made up?
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
including like the pantheons.
This is
not.
This is gay.
Major.
Yeah, I agree. I don't want to.
Well, you can still just be a cultural Christian and be
be a
Well,
be an atheist. Like
Douglas,
I just
what?
like I'll just observe Christmas and then maybe and like totally like not tell people on Ash Wednesday they have shit on their face to be rude, and then just call it a day. Not and instead of like being like it's like I gotta just bring back the old gods and maybe have rituals and stuff. It's like
All right, peaceful. You got your hand up. Oh my goodness.
Thank you. I appreciate the time. My question is to Richard. Richard, I was watching the election coverage the day Trump was sworn in in 2016, and ABC News, Australian News, was interviewing you at the time when you were unlawfully assaulted. I was just wondering, is that
Right.
is there an ongoing investigation into that?
I certainly filed a police report, and I heard nothing of it after that. So I seriously doubt there's some kind of investigation going on.
Would it be worth your time, perhaps, asking the police station that you reported it to essentially give you an update to see if they've even done anything, and if they haven't, then look at a negligence case against them?
That's interesting. I mean, I'm the type who kind of moves on from things. I don't really want to dwell on that, but I mean, you make a very good point. I mean, I think it's worthwhile at least checking in on it and asking them. I mean, there's obviously so much potential evidence, if that's the right way of talking about, in terms of finding this person. At the same time, I mean, I'm sure this is, what was that scene in The Big Lebowski where the dude he's like, "Do you have any like leads, man?" And he was like, "Oh yeah, leads. We've got lots of leads." Like I almost expect a reenactment of that scene.
Did you wait? So you still have leftists like going to your house, threatening you, trying to like fuck with you and shit?
No. I don't have anything like that anymore. No.
Okay. Yeah, you're kind of well, you don't have the spotlight to be the next right wing thought leaders. So
What's funny is they got away with all that because they kind of declared a state of emergency. Do you know what I mean?
You mean
their practice?
Antifa declared?
They had this like permanent state of emergency. We can suspend the rule of law kind of thing.
There's no doubt that they felt like that. I mean, it is very interesting that they were activated in a way. And I would say that by 2018 and 2019, Antifa started falling away. I mean, I would see these like pitched battles between the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers and Antifa in Portland and things like that. Like there seemed to be a culture of that. But I would say at this point, Antifa is pretty irrelevant.
Yeah.
Like conservatives who are like at the point when Marjorie Taylor Greene is like, Antifa is a problem for average Americans, or what, it's like, what are you talking about?
I think the summer riots, they were still a force. Probably was the last time.
Yeah, in 2020, they took part in the BLM summer. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, but they weren't needed in a way. Like they were all kind of also ran.
So something to
I think they're now pretty much irrelevant, wouldn't you say? I mean,
well, I wouldn't say.
I don't know. They'll be back next year.
Left-wing activism is not irrelevant, and that's the problem when we consider something like Antifa almost like a centralized organization that have like the thing is like left-wing activism. When it's sometimes it's called the black bloc. You have these types of left-wing communists, anarchists, or whatever. They basically form. They're much more genius in a way because they're much more smarter in terms of this. Is that they're harder to infiltrate because they're all kind of forming these like small cliques. Each one is their own little small clique, right? There's no like the set chapters on paper. There's no president of Antifa. That was the inherent problem with the Proud Boys. There's no there's left-wing activists everywhere in America, in the world, and they just have that self-motivating popcorn drive. But then when they do form, they start locking arms, forming cliques, and those cliques start becoming this blob out in the street. and they do a lot of damage this way. And this is the same thing that happened with against you with all that other stuff. So that's why don't I mean. And when we say Antifa, we kind of look at it as this like centralized organization. That's playing into this frame that's a rather self-defeating. Like you could even ban Antifa. You could say you can't even like if you're anti or associated with so-called Antifa, will like put you in jail. I mean, these like left-wing cliques will just change their names, or political action groups will just easily just change their names or whatever, but they'll still be around. They'll still be there, exist. They'll still
They are
be
like a dormant. They're in your system, but they're dormant. It's like,
exactly, and they
it's
bluff.
like, what is it? Chicken pox is just like flowing in my body.
They're
And
much more. I mean, the
and if
political
I
right
get
has
like
to.
really sick, I might get shingles or something. It will like manifest, but it's always been there.
Yeah, the political right has to have this mentality. Although, ironically enough, their sort of mindset of hierarchy being true, hierarchy being the state of nature and stuff like that, that actually kind of defeats how they organize, because of how easily they get put on. They start organizing naturally, thinking, yeah, we got to have these set almost militarized sort of organization, with like higher ups and presidents and all this stuff, and then that's how they're immediately put on paper, targeted, and eventually destroyed. It's like left wingers just don't. They organize in a smarter, disorganized way, but that's still effective in just when it comes to violence. And then you have the respective court systems that are all fucking leftist, like they're all infiltrated by left-wing activists that will destroy you for being aligned.
So the bigger problem is like mainstream institutions ran cover for them and set all these precedents.
That too, yeah. They have all the other benefits of it. Systematically, they have benefits that's kind of unseen, unspoken about, not really addressed, and it doesn't matter. They get memory hold.
And
so,
especially in Portland,
they essentially make these exceptional cases in the rule of law, which is comes from a certain school of thought, which is fascinating to me, given what the preoccupations. And like that's the big problem. And now January 6th is like a big highlight. So when Marjorie Taylor Greene keeps talking about Antifa, like there is a function of that, because there's a double standard in place here.
All right, Ascending, you had your hand up. I don't want to neglect these last two people. Go ahead.
Hey, yeah, my question's for Richard. I was just wondering, I haven't really heard many thoughts of yours on BAP. I know you and Brahman kind of do your own thing.
Oh my goodness.
Would you say you're more aligned with the BAP sphere or Fuentes?
Well,
pick your poison.
Probably, yeah. I mean, I probably BAP if you frame it in that way, but I think that maybe that's a little deceptive or something. Look, I keep promising that I'm going to give BAP a fair reading. I need to do it, but I mean, everything I hear, I just really dislike, to be honest.
You might prefer the dissertation over like the actual book that people are putting. So I would recommend, for a first impression, that's more in your wheelhouse versus like the character and the persona and all that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, I'll give it a read.
To be charitable to him, he would probably say the exoteric meaning of like this gay bodybuilding culture or whatever is supposed to code his true intentions or something.
Well, it's the Straussian. He's doing the Straussian thing where he has like he has like a following, and he's it's ironic. It's so
that is where this thing connects with like esotericists broadly, though.
Oh,
and
yeah, I see
his circles too, and Hermetics, and someone like Crowley, for example. That's why it like I see all those connections being made. Like it's really expanding.
Gotcha. LV and then Z. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you guys for the time, and intriguing listening to you both. I don't think I've come across you guys before. I was just had a really blunt question. Who do you think is going to win in 2024? And if I may, I will give my input from a UK perspective. Biden is a disaster. I don't like to speak on behalf of, all my people, but he is an embarrassment. We have a very weak government here and a very weak opposition as well. But from a UK standpoint, it only stands in our interest for Trump to win next year. But I am very concerned about electoral fraud. But yeah, that was just my sort of question. Thanks.
I mean, you asked who do you think is going to win, and then you talked about which candidate you prefer. And these are, of course, separate questions. I'll just say only that if they stole the election last time, then they can steal the election this time. And that's all I'll say.
Also, we have
I'm riding with Biden.
We have Hunter Biden BWC in chat, so if we could have some reservations about the critiques,
Well,
we want to be.
let me say this. I totally agree that like who you prefer and your own theories about election interference, you should distinguish that from who's just going to win. I'll just say this, where I'm thinking right now, I will vote for Joe Biden and I will endorse Joe Biden. That being said, I'm getting this feeling that Trump is going to win, to be honest. And I do kind of respect it. I mean, my sense is that he has an unshakable base that is fanatical, that would rather die than not go out to the polls. Biden will there's this like yin and yang where Trump will both activate his own base and activate Biden supporters. But if that doesn't work out, if there's some weird reason why they're demoralized for some reason, I can see it not working. So I don't know what to say. I'm getting this very strong vibe that Trump is going to somehow pull it off. And it is this situation where it's like, look, you lose the election and you die. You go to jail forever. And I mean, he probably won't actually go to jail, but you're convicted. You're in house arrest. You're dead effectively, and so it makes the stakes existential.
Yes.
And so I will absolutely endorse Joe Biden. I would gladly vote for Hunter Biden, but who I am is I'm not the American public, and I see the power of fanaticism out there. So I get kind of vibes that Trump is going to win.
Yeah, that's super
it's
interesting.
bizarre.
Thank you for answering my question. And I realized it was a bit of a tangent I went on. Apologies, I've not had my morning coffee yet. But no, very interesting insights. I just to add, I was speaking to somebody yesterday from the US, and they think that Trump has a 35% chance over Biden 65. I personally don't agree with that.
That's fair.
I personally don't agree with that. But yeah, let's see how it plays out. And thanks for your candidness. Cheers.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mean, even if I think 35, 65, I think that's pretty fair. But think about it. I mean, it's like, pardon the sports analogies, but like, what's the best team in the league right now in the NFL since it's football season? Like the Kansas City Chiefs or the San Francisco 49ers or whatever. Well, they're going to lose games. And saying you have a 35% chance of beating them on any given Sunday because the wind blows your way, they miss a field goal, that one of their guys gets hurt or something. That's a really good chance, And so that's where I'm leaning. I mean, 2016 was totally remarkable. I mean, we're talking about like a few thousand votes in the Midwest determining the Electoral College victory. That stuff can happen again. And I do think there is a problem. I mean, I think Trump is largely guilty of these crimes. I mean, a lot of these like civil cases, I could not care less about, but I do think he's broadly guilty of like the Boxes case and the J6 and all this kind of stuff. But the state, like the establishment, is dealing with him legally. Like, you know, they're going after him for these crimes, and they're saying, oh, the law applies to everyone and blah blah blah. They're not really fundamentally dealing with him politically. And I think that's a kind of problem. I mean, he can always say, you're just doing all this because you hate me and you hate my folks and so on. And he kind of has a point. Like they're not establishing something in contrast to Trump that is really powerful and attractive. And that's just a reality that I see. And again, I say this as a Biden supporter, but I'm just honest.
It's going to be like the ultimate season finale, right? It's like Al Capone for president.
The ultimate season finale. Like you win or you die.
I don't know.
What the fuck? I mean, Jesus Christ. We're so beyond an election where, Mitt Romney's like, I called up President Obama and over a glass of milk, I told him that I'm offering him my full support. And however I can be of service to this man, I will. We're all Americans. Thank you very much. Like, that is not going to happen. Like, that is not going to happen.
I don't know. You don't think so?
Donald Trump losing, I don't even know what he could do. I mean, he had the advantage of being the incumbent last time where he could pull all this bullshit and do all these shenanigans. I don't know. He can't do that again. I mean, he's not in office. He doesn't have people like the ones counting the votes, so to speak, like the ones controlling the infrastructure. But like, is he just going to declare a revolution? I mean, what is, like, he is not going to concede.
He's going to win.
He might, as I said, I think he has a very good chance of winning. And I don't say that happily.
Pariah, do you have strong feelings about
the betting odds actually have Trump?
You just interrupted Ace. Why would you do that in his face when he's the co-host?
No, fair enough. No, anybody can speak if anyone has thoughts on the election.
Is that what we're discussing?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. I think it's more likely that Trump dies of a McDonald's-induced heart attack, to be honest.
This is a little too pessimistic.
No, he's gonna live for a really long time, like 126. I think.
Yeah, Trump is the paradigm of American vitalism.
He's on pregnenolone.
Like
I think it's funny that everyone forgot that he was literally diagnosed with heart disease back in 2018.
Yeah, but the repeat discords have been all up in arms about how he's on pregnenolone now and has been for several years, which is why he looks thinner and more.
Ace is what I was talking about.
What?
I don't know. Like
Trump has heart disease? I didn't even know this.
It's cured.
Yeah, back in 2018,
he had it.
A White House doctor diagnosed him.
He's doing really great now, though.
He looks great. It's thinner.
He looks great. I mean, what is he talking about? I mean, this is so bizarre. Like, the guy's a mess.
Pariah, are you
going
to let him counter signal the 45th president?
Like,
he's more vital.
How are you going to counter signal my president?
Our 80-year-old is like much more vital than your 80-year-old.
Yeah.
Did you see the mugshot? He looks incredible.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
I think that's like the one thing helping him politically.
It's like a modeling card.
I will vote for Trump in the primary. Hopefully he wins. I mean, he might. I mean, I don't. But I'm thinking beyond Trump if that doesn't come to play.
Well, the interesting thing is, like, what comes after? What do the Republicans even follow that up?
Nothing comes after. Guys, this is I mean, I've been saying this to my my peeps over on my group. Like, this is the last election.
Whoa.
Is it though?
God.
There's nothing beyond these crazy boomers.
What happens?
There's nothing beyond them. Like there's no one waiting in the wings. All of the like millennial candidates suck. I mean, do you actually want like Buttigieg and AOC versus like whoever the fuck DeSantis, I guess, who's
We have to wait for the
kind of Gen Xer?
Zoomers, I think. None of them. There's
Well,
no
they're
one in
I
the
mean
millennial
that.
generation good enough.
Oh my god.
Richard,
Well, yeah,
Richard, you gotta
You know,
hold out hope. Hold out hope.
well, all I'm saying is like we're on the edge here. I mean, I I've been talking about this for a long time, and I don't think I'm being hysterical. Like we're on the edge. Trump does not accept a loss, and his people do not accept a loss, and that is like 30%, or excuse me, like 30% of the electorate, and around say 40 to 50%, or numbers, 50% of the Republican Party. Let's say 25% of the electorate, just to be kind of like even. You have this huge revolutionary force, basically, that are going to go fucking nuts. And everything gets amped up. Like in 2016 or 2015, it was the alt-right, which was, kids on Twitter and Graper or Pepe memes and Richard Spencer, interviewing at the New York Times or whatever. In 2020, it was so much bigger than that. It was like QAnon fanatics like willing to die and invading the Capitol. You could argue that it's going to go down in intensity. I don't think so. I think it's going to go up in intensity. And like 2024, I don't even know I can't even predict it. They are going to go fucking nuts. And it's the last election.
Man.
There's nothing beyond this. It's just
and
like
we're gonna
we can't even
collapse.
imagine anything. I don't know, but it's like I can imagine a revolutionary. I can't imagine what's over the horizon. It's like a event horizon where you can't predict it. But like there are people who will go crazy on this side. I don't know how, if they fail, which they probably will. I don't know how the liberal establishment is going to deal with this. Just sending them to jail is not going to work. And so, because they're not really solving the political problem. They're just dealing with it through the legal system. And I think this is, I don't know. I don't think there's something like we're going to be in a different place after 2024. Everything is pushing towards this. Everything is, the stakes are everything or nothing. It's like all in. Like we win or we die. I win, you die, you win, I die. Like that is the way that it's being pitched, and that is insane.
I don't know. It feels like there's been so many nothing burgers the past 5 years, though. Feels like nothing can like really actualize.
What are you talking about? Nothing burgers. We've lived through 2016, COVID, 2020, J6.
Right. Yeah, but that's what I mean, though. Like 2020, like that era is over. Like the COVID era is already over. So like if you remember like the anxiety during the COVID era, people thought that like, no, this is like, there was a lot of anxiety around like, this is how they officially seize control. And like, there was all the stuff about the Great Reset coming out. I'm like, oh shit, this is actually the new world order. Like think of how much anxiety there was. Or even like in,
people
or like
moved
even
on from COVID. Yeah.
Or even like, maybe this is too much of a separate issue, but like, I'm thinking of like the whole, like the Wagner coup in Russia, like even a power like that, like what a nothing burger that turned out to be, or like or I guess the J6 riots would be like a better example.
Well,
like,
he was killed.
Nothing really.
Yeah, I was gonna say they took care of that.
Yeah, but like it didn't. Like that was a situation where like it could have been like he could have been successful, right? Or even the J6, like J6 could have like actually been like an actual freaking insurrection, and they could have done a lot of damage.
No, it couldn't have.
Right?
I mean,
but like it didn't. It
yes,
didn't though, and it's just like
yeah, like
but like
it was a
just,
game of Civilization or something, and like you take the capital and all this stuff.
What makes you think?
I mean, the capital
What
was
makes
just
you
a
think?
building.
Okay,
I'm just saying, like it could have been a lot worse. Like
future is
something
unwritten.
could have actually happened, and it didn't. Like, and it just kind of like
Douglas,
moved on because there's no like real will.
Douglas, the future is unwritten. The thing is, yes, I agree with you. There's things that just kind of boiled over, but what makes you think that the future is unwritten? Something can, in fact, still happen.
Yeah, I'm not denying that, but I've just seen all the evidence. It feels like for so many years now has been pointing that like nothing is going to happen because there just is no will. Like nobody has like the strength or the will or desire to actually go through because we're ultimately too like we're too
Well, a
comfortable.
lot of Americans have optimism bias too. I mean, like all wars aren't even fought on our soil. Like we live a very different life than the rest of the world.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I mean. Like we're like too comfortable in like a lot of ways. So like people might, we all know that like this shit sucks and we want something different, but nobody is gonna actually like do what it takes.
I think
If that
everything
makes
you
any
say
sense.
is
Like I just
fair,
don't
but
see.
like that trend lasts until until it ends. That is true until it's not. And
Yeah.
I definitely see things being ratcheted up to an existential crisis.
Remember the Lenin quote, there are decades where nothing happens, and then there are weeks where decades happen. And I mean, I think in the case of Ukraine, that actually is true for them. But then, now it's just like this war is dragged on to everyone's sick of it. But don't cut things out short, because we have the election coming up now, and then things can go very violent again. If that's what you're kind of insinuating about, just like there just won't be. It's just everyone's just going to be like walking their dogs till eternity and picking up their poop.
No. Like I'm not denying that things can't happen or that like I'm fully anticipating, not in a good way, of course. Like I am fully expecting I'm really not looking forward to 2024 for that reason, because I know it's going to heat up. I know there's going to be some story about some black dude somewhere in 2024 that gets picked up and it gets like spun up as like George Floyd 2 or whatever, and it's going to get, so like I'm fully anticipating a lot of that stuff. I'm just saying, like, in the sense of, this is it. The storm is here. This is the end, like not end of history, but this is the point where everything changes and it's just going to be different from here on. Like I don't know anymore
Well, I mean, yeah, here's the funny thing is just that the things that radically change society or the world, really, I mean, it gets kind of overlooked what those things are, right? Because when UCLA first sent out that email, did we consider this like the greatest like digital at that point? This was going to change the world. This is going to like radically change how people behave and all this stuff. And it just was, it was just this weird like electronic message. Someone was able to kind of teleport to, Northern California or maybe within UCLA, but that just changed the world. So
what are you referring to?
The first email. The first email. So
the actual first email. Okay,
yeah.
Interesting. Yeah.
So stuff like that is just, no one looks at it as like, I mean, most people probably just kind of shrug their shoulders, okay, whatever. And then stuff like the technological advancements can really warp things in a terrifying or horrifying way. Usually those kinds of
ready to watch it all?
But but again, and then we kind of overplay maybe something that's more visceral visually. Besides maybe, I mean, the only exception would be probably like September 11th, like 9/11. You just felt when that happened, the world did change. The world, there was just going to be things that are going to happen. But then, and even that was just, and also
that
kind
makes
of
sense.
Like 9/11 also just kind of was that moment where you're like, okay, we're in the 2000s now, like the 90s are fucking over. This is the 2000s. This is where things are just gonna like become a central point on, possibly. Although I mean, people most of the time, if people just live their day-to-day lives, yeah, nothing too crazy. But
Richard, what Athenian tragedy play can we refer to look for some guidance? I mean,
thank you. Finally, an
anything.
interesting topic. I zoned out for like 20.
Or what Shakespeare play can we look at as like a model for our situation? I mean, any Depeche Mode song. I mean, anything, any type of reference. What should we refer to?
Shout.
Let it all out. That's a good question.
like Oedipus Rex, something.
I think it's like Al Capone runs for president.
It's so it's Untouchables.
I don't know. Maybe it's Hamlet, bringing down the whole state of Denmark with you. Basically, this. I don't know. It's a good question.
It's so
what
Romeo
Oscar
and
Wilde.
Juliet.
It's the Baz Luhrmann Romeo and Juliet.
It's exactly that.
It's like Catholic iconography in the background. And
I think Christ is returning soon. What do you think, Richard?
Good question.
Crisis is returning. Yeah. Well, Chuck Johnson wants to come up. I think one person has to go down.
My question was sincere.
We can move.
I'll get out of here. I'll volunteer.
No, thank you, Zuki man. Appreciate it.
Later.
I'll volunteer.
No. All right. It's the man himself. The nomad.
The Turk.
The answer to your question, Ace, is policy of truth. Okay. There you go.
Gotcha.
That's good for you. And then I'm torn if it's King Lear or Othello.
I pulled up King Lear just in case.
It's unclear. It's unclear right now. If it's King Lear or Othello.
Policy of truth. What do you never again is what you swore the time before.
Yes.
Is that we just keep electing Trump year after year? Never again is what you swore
our punishment
the
is that,
time before.
is that it's only Trump. In the future, you'll be voting for Trump, but you won't even know you'll be voting for Trump. You'll just get there and you'll see the ballot and you'll be like, fuck, again? And you'll be trapped. And it'll play over and over and over again. And there'll be a sad, like Larry David style music playing in the background each time.
Trump won't even be alive.
It won't matter.
But,
it won't matter. Is anyone really alive in the White House? No. No.
Mitch McConnell's not.
Yeah, I mean, Mitch McConnell was never. He's a Chinese puppet, literally and figuratively. And I, for one, am here for it.
He literally.
I thought they were killed and cloned and replaced.
No.
Pariah the Doll 2028.
Yeah,
No.
Well, I won't be old enough.
No, that's an idea.
Well, I want to be. I should. Well, I don't know if I should say that.
I think the real.
She should be first lady.
I should be first lady boy to Nick Fuentes.
Yes.
Richard, are you in the dollhouse?
That would be
the final one. The final.
He doesn't have to answer that question.
Depeche Mode song is "Never Again." No, what is it? "Never Let Me Down Again." Right.
Never Let Me Down Again. Yeah.
That's the one.
You promised me. You promised me we'd be safe as houses as long as I remember who's wearing the trousers.
Yes. That's basically
a little bit homoerotic there.
I mean, it is the Republican Party, Richard.
Well, sometimes we forget, but we always get back on track.
It is the Republican Party. Let's not forget.
It's you and I were chased.
Nobody wants to say the real truth, which is that you and I were chased out of the Republican Party for aggressive,
for being straight,
for aggravated heterosexuality.
Straight.
That's my real crime.
Yeah, they really don't like that.
No, they don't.
I was thinking more blasphemous rumors.
Oh, that's a good one too. Good call. Good call.
Don't want to start any blasphemous rumors, but I think that God's got a sixth sense of humor, and when I die, I expect to find him laughing.
I love how you're.
Let's go.
I was listening to this gathering of the homosexuals earlier today, where they were discussing the Republican Party. I don't know if you're familiar, but that's what they were doing, and you are still like a bête noire, like you're dangerous to them. Like you're.
They know that I'm evil. Yeah. I mean, this is evil from their perspective, of course. But what I mean is I kind of got at this at the beginning of this space, like hours ago, which is that, Nick Fuentes, I've kind of grown to like his outlandish takes and just bizarre personality and so on.
We're back.
But at the end of the day, like, he's ultimately going to push in their same direction. Like he's going to be the racist kid for Trump at the end of the day. And the Kanye thing was kind of interesting, but not very long lasting. And I do feel that they recognize that I am trying to undermine them at the most basic level. Like, I'm going into their childhood home and like breaking their toys. Like I'm like trampling on like sacred ground. And I am like, that is what I'm trying to do. They understand me, but I think they do kind of need me, because all these other like racist MAGA people, they're just kind of like an extreme version of themselves, or they're kind of like a dark mirror version of themselves. You know, Christopher Russo is like, no, let's talk about critical race theory, you know. And then the like moron in a MAGA cap is like, oh, blacks, great replacement, Mexicans, you know. He's just a kind of like exaggeration of who they ultimately are. But if I were to praise myself, which is, you know, a great thing
Do
to
it.
do,
Do it.
Humbly do
For
it.
it. Do it. No humble. Get on with it,
I
Richard.
would say that, like, I am trying to fundamentally go in a different direction and fundamentally undermine them, and they get that. They sense it and they hate it.
I know, it's so great.
Do you truly believe Nick Fuentes is a racist?
No, he's just a homosexual.
No, he
Oh,
isn't.
I mean,
No, he
that's
isn't. He's Catholic.
what's the difference?
You repeat yourself.
Oh, come on. Zoomers just want to have fun.
No, they don't. They want to sit on their phone. They don't fuck. They don't party. They
You're
don't
on your
That's what I
phone,
said.
sir.
Chuck.
You're on your
That's the
freaking
problem.
Look, not all
phone.
Zoomers are
I
that
see
way.
Zoomers like, get this wholesome shit away from me. I don't want to catch that. Get away. Get away.
Come on, Chuck. It's contagious. Just
Serve
have
it.
a little
You're
crumb.
mad because you're old.
No,
let it happen,
I'm mad because I see a misspent youth in front of a computer screen. That's what I see.
Misfed.
I mean, unless you're like 70, I'm sure you spend a lot of time at the computer as well.
Yeah, but I go out in the world and like I have cigarettes and I hang out with women and I make mistakes and get smacked. And these people like they
I
don't
smoked
do.
2 cigarettes today and hung out with a woman.
Yeah, but like that's
What did
rare
you
for the
do?
Zoomers. That's
What
rare
did
for
you
the Zoomers.
do? Well, okay.
I'm a proud cigarette smoker, and I'm 23 years old.
Well, that's good of you. You're the only heterosexual left among the Zoomers, Hunkle.
Hold on a sec. There's still a few out there.
There's a few of us.
They're hidden. They're hidden under the floorboards.
I can confirm
Charles,
Pariah bummed a cigarette for me when we shot.
Period.
A serious question though. Here. So let's say.
By the way, I'm
seems...
not kidding when I say that I think the Republican Party has become like a gay death cult. Like I'm not.
No,
I'm not kidding.
Everyone knows that.
You know, like this used to be something that you would say like as a joke, but you are serious, and now it's just observing reality.
Well, aren't they just pivoting from racial politics to sexual politics?
It's so much worse than that.
Why do people still care about
family
politics?
formation?
It's so much worse than that because it's not even a politics. It's not even a politics. It's just we're going to go and we're going to steal from you and we're going to pretend we're doing something interesting, but we're not. And we're going to make up a bunch of weird words and we're going to get paid by the oligarchs, some of whom we sleep with. And that's how it works. I mean, that's how, you know, Keith Raboy runs Delian. That's how, you know, God knows what's going on with Peter Thiel. I mean, that's how it really works. But Richard, you're going to ask me something serious, so go ahead.
Okay, so this seems plausible, the scenario that I'm about to suggest, which is that Donald Trump loses. So again, I was just talking about this fact. I fear that Donald Trump is going to win, but let's say Donald Trump loses. And he says it was stolen. His fans see that their dream is dying, and they do some kind of crazy shit. How would Joe Biden, father of the nation,
mass suicide or what? What do they do? What's the crazy shit that they do?
I don't know. It's hard. I didn't predict J6. I mean, I thought Much like Douglas Fir, I was basically, I had normalcy bias, and I was like, oh, it's all going away, it's all dumb, and then J6 happened, which was dumb, granted, but it was something.
J6 is the most alive many of those diabetics have ever felt in their lives. I know we're not supposed to say that, but like watching those like old people try and scale a wall or like even just get into the place, I mean, it was amazing. It was breathtaking to watch. It was like a giant boomer game of capture the flag.
Yeah, it is. It's kind of inspiring in many ways. But how do you like put the country back together? I mean, this is kind of what I'm saying in the sense of like I see these existential stakes, and I don't see
you
the
don't put
country
it back
recovering.
you don't put it back together again. But the dirty little secret of America is it takes like 15 nerds, some crazy old person willing to just fucking go there. I mean, there's not that many people needed to run the country. Like, let's be real here, people. Okay, like the dirty little secret about America is that a whole lot of people are just along for the ride. Okay, and like this is true of business. This is true of journalism. This is, I mean, we're a nation of followers. Like, let's just be real here, okay? And like every once in a while, there's like one or two people that break through and are like, "Fuck it, we're doing this." And usually they're a rock star, okay? Like usually that's how it works. Occasionally they're political, but very rarely. And Americans are happy with this, you know? Like we're happy to worship Taylor Swift or David Bowie or whoever the fuck, like whatever, who cares? Barack Obama, fine, doesn't matter. This is just what we are as a people. Like we're a bunch of sheep. And you know, we're lucky when the sheep master only shears us a little bit and doesn't turn us into mutton. But there's a lot of people who want to be mutton. Like that's the other thing that's disturbing to think about.
So you seem to be suggesting that they just have to go hard on these people. Like what
Yeah, I mean, look, what's going to happen is a bunch of them are going to misbehave. And what's going to happen is Uncle Joe is going to call me up and he's going to be like, listen, Chuck, we need some even wilder shit than Clearview. What you got? And I'm going to be like, well, what you got for me? And he's like, well, I've got some gold bars that I seized from Menendez. Do you want those? And I'll be like, all right, man, cool, let's do it. And then we're going to make some like wild Batman shit. And you're going to live in a police state, but you're going to like it because you're going to have Starbucks and you're going to have Burger King, the woke version, and you're going to like it. You're just going to like it. You're going to eat it, and you're not going to ask any questions because you don't leave America. Like, let's be real. Like, you don't even leave the state you're in unless you really have to. And that's going to be how it is for the majority of Americans. That's what's going to happen. So, you know, it is what it is. And you'll accept it. You'll get used to it. See, the thing about America that I didn't really realize until I spent some time outside the United States is that like we're just so used to being fucked that we don't even care whose dick it is anymore. Like we really don't. Like it's just like, okay, we're doing this thing, we're doing that thing. Okay, cool, whatever. I can't really afford rent. I got to work right now. So like we don't have time for like a revolutionary moment in America. So if we're gonna have a revolution, it needs to come from Joe Biden being so old he doesn't give a fuck and he just decides to like cancel the landlords, right? Or he is actually senile and he reverts to Marxism, right? Like that's how the revolution is going to happen in America. And there's going to be a lot of people who are like, I guess we're Marxists now. Like that's how America's going to run. And so I've kind of come to the conclusion, more or less, that what he should have done, like the smart play for Biden, would have been to have Bibi come there and just arrest him. Like that's what if he had done that, like the country would have just straight up melted down because nobody would have been ready for that level of alpha, you know? They just couldn't handle it. So instead what he had to do is he arrested Menendez. And it was kind of like the low rent Latin version of justice. You know, you're like, okay, fine, whatever. But you really wanted, you know, Netanyahu. And until there comes a point where a bunch of the Biden people are like, all right, you have to draw the distinctions between like the Jews who are cool and the Jews who will like kill us all. And they don't want to do that yet. They don't want to have that conversation. And that's okay. Like that's how I become president. Like they give me that power, you know, of doing the jujitsu, if you will, to determine the bad juju from the good juju. And I'm ready for that. Okay, like I'm ready. We can do it. It's not a problem. Okay, I'll even have Jews help me make that distinction Okay, so it's not a problem. Anyway, go ahead, Richard. In a time of crisis,
I really enjoyed that.
In a time of crisis, okay, I'm in my wilderness years now. I'm like Abraham Lincoln, Jesus, Count Chocula. Like I'm in the wilderness years where they're going to let me come back. You'll see. Winston Churchill, all the goodies. Everyone was seen as kind of crazy in their mid-30s, but then they came back.
Yeah.
They came back. By the way, you were totally right about Fetterman, by the way. You were totally correct about him. I remember you calling him like an amazing ogre, and I think he is absolutely that. I don't know if you remember this, but you were a Fetterman
I
fan.
went off on Fetterman a few times. There's something about that I think it's almost like common knowledge now. Or it's very common just to say this guy's gross. He doesn't seem human or something.
He's gross, but he has a power to him that is like very hard to ignore. Like who alone could just shit all over the dress code and then like bend the Senate to his will by going after Menendez, And then he's got a really hot wife who's like 13 years younger than him.
What?
And I'm in for that. I
wouldn't describe her as really hot. Go on.
Have you seen the early photos of her? So he met her when she,
yeah, but the guy's rich. He comes from a very well-to-do back. His whole story is just kind of weirdly implausible. I mean, he's this giant ogre, and I don't think it's really an act. Like there's something just
it's as if Shrek
about it.
It's as if Shrek had a Swiss bank account filled with money. And the woman comes over and just moves in. Yeah, I'm with you. So she's 25 years old when they meet. He's 38. She writes him a letter and is like, yo, I really love what you're doing as mayor of Braddock. And then they're married like a year and a half later. Okay, like I'm willing to believe that, maybe. Like that seems plausible, whatever. But I don't know. I think it's great. Like, fuck the Senate dress code. Fuck all the decorum. Let's go. Like, let's have a good time.
Yeah, I kind of like it. It's kind of transparent. It's like there's something. Let's stop pretending that these people are anything other than they are. Like, let's take away the suits. These are just like your basic American fucktards who rose up the slippery pole. Like, let's just be real about this. There shouldn't be any decorum.
What I find interesting is, whenever they do that, like, scrum where the senators say shit, and then they have all these, like, reporters in, like, cheap suits all around them, like, sticking their little microphones around them, and there's, like, a picture of it. And then you see this dude, this, like, giant of a man in sweatpants and cargo, or in, like, cargo shorts and, like, a sweatshirt. And they all have to take him very seriously because he's a senator, my God. And, like, that's how it works, That's how the system works. I love it. Personally, I'm in for it.
Yeah.
I'm in for it.
Let's go to Patrick, who's had his hand up. And Patrick is a certified crazy person, so I look forward to.
Let's go.
Hey, I just wanted to give my 2 cents.
I'm glad you were right there. You were like waiting your turn.
Well,
Patrick, are you calling in from the dollhouse?
What is that?
Sorry, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I don't get it. I don't get the joke.
No, sorry. Excuse me. I was mistaken.
The dollhouse?
Are
you in the dollhouse?
If you drink enough milk, you get to the dollhouse, and you can learn the secrets of right Pete.
Patrick, I'm not a Zoomer.
Yeah, it's all right. Sorry.
But I was just gonna say, regarding politics and culture war, and the election that's been discussed the whole time. I have a lot of connections. I don't know how to say this without sounding ridiculous because I don't want to explain too much, but recent, interactions I've had at a certain Ivy League school on the East Coast, without going into any detail into why I was there or whatever. I personally, I've had some vague contact with people that have what I would call extreme elite status in America. And how do I put this? Basically, the people that run the country, group chats and shit like that. And I'm just going to say this, I've tried to learn a lot about why things are the way they are. And basically, what I was told by the people that know what the fuck they're talking about, that run the show, in like I said, in vague terms, was basically rule number one: all politics is fake. That's all bullshit. It's for the commoners. It's for the common people. It's not for the elite. It is just a show. It's not real. That was rule number one. And rule number two was strife is good, conflict is good, and the worst thing that can happen is for everybody to basically have enough time on their hands. Like, no, that's a bad way to put it, but basically what I was told is that we don't give a fuck about trans shit. We don't give a fuck about all this culture bullshit. That means nothing to us, but we like conflict, we like chaos, and so that's money. That's more money for everyone. And so America's going to stay the same way it has for the next 50 years. Nothing's changing. Doesn't matter who's president. It's all going to stay the same. And, none of that matters. That's basically what I was told.
On behalf of who?
I'm not gonna lie, that's the take I had when I was like 14. It's a very
I'm just gonna say
very,
this.
my dad works
let
at
me correct
Nintendo
you.
kind
I'm
of
just
take.
gonna say this. Like, this is me in my 30s, and I would say I took politics very seriously most of my life. But I'm just gonna tell you right now, like, if you're talking to someone who really has status, and you start talking about Republican versus Democrat, they're gonna laugh you out of the room and say, "Bro, like, dude, like, how do I put this? Like, I always tell the liberals that actually believe, in this shit, what I tell them is the Democrats you're voting for are literally just as conservative as the Republicans are liberal. It's like, I don't know how to put this, but like, police aren't going away, none of these liberal policies that they even talk about are going to happen from the Democrat side. Even if the Democrats are elected, nothing is going to change. Like, literally,
what is going on in this conversation?
Literally,
Like, I think I get what you're saying. It's like the George Carlin take of like
this.
left
Let
wing,
me
right
just
wing,
say this.
same
This is
bird.
not a
They're in a
take.
club and you're not
This
in
is
it.
not a take.
I'm
Patrick, that
trying
is some of
so
the
hard to
dumbest
track what
boomer
you're saying,
shit I've
Patrick.
ever heard, and you're 30
I'm
years
trying
old.
really hard to track what you're saying, and I really don't understand what the fuck you're
Look,
saying.
he's in the
So can you
misogyny
say
camp.
it?
You
Okay.
to like
Can you say it?
I would not
Say it in a
expect any of you, because you're the kind of guys that analyze all these stupid little details about politics.
You came in here with the both sides are fucked steak,
No,
and you're
bro.
trying to
No,
say we
bro.
don't
I'm
understand
the
it.
elite.
Really,
I'm
dude?
the elite. I'm the elite that runs the country, sir. And I'm just telling you, like, in our secret meetings where we get together and we wear our fedoras.
Lose weight and shave
Hey,
the mustache. You look like a
you can
goofball.
think, hey, I'm going to tell you right now, you can think I'm bullshitting. You can think I'm making it all
No,
up.
I'm telling you. I just told you.
Yeah,
Hey,
you can think
respect your elite.
everything I'm saying is
Respect your elite.
bullshit, Zoomer. That's fine. You can think it's totally stupid, but I'm just giving you my
Thank you
2
for calling
cents.
me a. Thank you for calling me a Zoomer. That's
If
so kind
it
of
was
you.
I didn't
just
call you
some
a Zoomer. I
schizo
said that
shit,
your
I
take
wouldn't
was
be on this
boomer
space. I'll
for
tell you
being
that
30
much.
years old. Obviously, you can't hear it, and you're that old.
Okay,
Well,
whatever.
my experience with the elite is, first off, you walk in, the first thing you say is like, pass the adrenochrome, and
Hey, Richard,
you
I
get
tried to
like
get up to
totally
say that I
jacked.
met you at Charlottesville. That's all the only reason I wanted to get in here.
And then the other good thing, I don't know if you guys know about this, but Wayfarer, which is used by a lot of normies, they'll like buy overpriced, office furniture, etc. But the real trick with Wayfair is that
Richard, it's none
you
of that
buy the
shit. I'm not
super
talking about that shit.
you
That
buy the
shit.
super overpriced stuff,
Hey,
and there's actually a sex slave in the furniture. So it's actually
But
real.
they're
So it's like when
trans. They're trans, right? So it's
trans sex
Yeah,
slave
please
in the
get that
furniture.
right.
So it's
yeah.
weird. So it's like when you order a boy, you get a girl.
So
Girl,
what
boy.
you're saying is I can get a
You get
That's
used to it.
transsectional couch?
Ah,
Fuck.
is that where
you have
Pariah
to
went?
get used to it. You
That's
have to get
why
used to
those
it.
file cabinets cost like $20,000. I mean, but again, if you're in the elite, you know this. You know,
I know.
like a normie would be like, "Why is that like file cabinet $20,000? That doesn't make sense." And the elites are like, "Ha ha ha! Listen, bro, you're getting a transsexual sex slave in there. You throw the cabinet out like immediately afterward. I mean, who cares?
Right.
You know." So pass the adrenochrome that, and then we'll usually watch like a real footage, like projection on the wall, movie theater, of this great film that I don't know if you've heard about it, but it's basically footage of Hillary Clinton eating a prisoner, ripping his face off, and then wearing his face as a skin mask. And among
Birth of a Nation 2, Part 2, right?
among elite circles, this is like, this is basically the Citizen Kane for like elite types like myself.
I think Pariah is also funding this project. It's turning into like an avant-garde, surrealist film endeavor.
It's gonna be
So,
By the
performance
way,
art.
It's so decadent,
all of those were like QAnon conspiracies. I was recently like listening to this QAnon book, and they went through these. That was one big one. Of there's a video of Hillary Clinton eating someone's face off and then wearing the face.
Maybe there
And
is.
supposedly, this video was
Put
like
it in the
seen...
Jumbotron. Put it in the Jumbotron.
This video exists, and it was seen by police officers. And after watching it, they just like immediately committed suicide. So there's just like
real.
because they were
totally
overwhelmed.
real.
They were
If you
overwhelmed.
would do that.
This sounds like a creepy.
Richard, I was in that poll thread. Holy shit. I remember that,
No.
man.
Richard, without compromising her identity, that book you got, that really is a treasure. I don't think you realize the potential there to adapt that into a screenplay.
You should
Definitely.
write, Richard. That's what you should do. You should write a movie.
Oh, okay. It's good idea.
Politics is over. It's all about art now.
The New York art scene is
I
gonna.
hope that's true.
It's gonna usher in a new era.
I wish.
Well, I don't know. I don't know about New York.
Oh.
I don't know about this, whatever they call it. This one square.
Yeah,
but it's definitely going to be art.
No, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Gosh. Paul's
We're going to Sundance, Richard.
No, for sure. Palm
I
Dior,
would love that. Not to bash the guy who was just on, but it's just like, I mean, the thing is, there's like a kernel of truth to what he's saying, but it just gets like, so what,
Yeah.
It's like, both sides suck, and they're laughing at us behind closed doors, and but it just gets us. It's like, why do anything? Why not just like
this anti-elite
Why not
talk?
just kill
that's
yourself?
fatalism.
If everything, just kill yourself.
It's
This
nihilistic.
anti-elite talk gets it so wrong. Okay, the point isn't to hate the elite. The point is to replace the elite with yourself.
Correct.
I mean, this is what, like, I don't know. I just get so tired of these, like, oh, the elites are out to get us. And it's like, no, motherfucker, I'm an elite. I'm out to get them. Like, it's an inner elite war. Like, did you not get the memo? Like, what the fuck?
Typical.
It's like you show up and you're, like, ready to play, the intramural scrimmage or whatever. And everyone's, like, trying to play a different game. And you're like, no. We're not playing dodgeball right now. We're not doing.
Well, you have a class
okay?
of whites who are all wallowing in self-pity and poorness, and it's the same thing.
I got nothing.
I've seen it.
I got nothing for
Hang on
them.
one second. I've seen it with this.
I got nothing for them.
I've seen it with this. White people that work with black people will try to fit in. So that's the same mentality. Is they're trying to fit in with these poor people who apparently, according to them, control the narrative that all white people are poor and destitute and ignorant, and they're all like listening to country music, and they're on like ignorance and self-pity. It's the same mentality. It's like
No, no, none of
fitting in
that,
a
none of
group.
that, none of that, none of that. No,
Well,
you
like, yeah,
can't. When people are
I
telling
do
you,
appreciate,
when
especially
people are
you,
telling
Richard.
you
You're you're
despair,
you're a you're a high class person. You come from money. You appreciate finer things and art and things. And I'm not necessarily a fan of yours, or I'm not even talking crap about you. I can appreciate that you're a higher class individual and you have taste in finer things. Like you have a good sense of dress and everything. That's what I'm getting at.
Well, and he's got the Tom Wolfe suit, so
I
it's
do have a
good. It's
question for
good
you.
that you know when to respect your elders and when to respect the elites. So it's good, Pluto. We'll make a note of that in your file.
Are you in that group chat?
The dollhouse.
I'm in all the groups. I'm in all the group chats, and they have my nudes,
I thought
and
the
that's
Chuck,
why
Chuck, you're
He's
not
in
in
the
the
I
dollhouse.
can't
Chuck.
tell
I
Why
you
thought the
aren't you
what's
in
point
the
in
was
the
to
group
dollhouse?
escape
chat.
the dollhouse.
I can't tell.
Everyone
I
who talks
can't
about the
tell you what's
longhouse
in
loves to be
the
in
group
it.
chats because they have my
The
nudes.
dollhouse is
Okay?
the all male version of the longhouse.
I can't tell you what's in there. I'm like Tom Cotton. They have the tape of me being a wild bisexual, having a good time, eating birthday
Are you
cakes in the
serious?
nude, and that's why I can't tell you what's in the group chats. I'm
Surely that's
sorry.
just a rumor.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't tell you what's in the group chat because my married defense lobbyist boyfriend, Lindsey Graham style, will get mad at me. So I can't do it. I'm so sorry.
Is this
Okay,
guy
and
fucking with me, or is he serious that he has porn?
I can't tell you what's in the group chat because as a light-skinned black man like Cory Booker,
Oh,
the
never
real
mind.
scandal is that I like white men. Like I can't do it. It's just not allowed. Anyway, you were
Yeah,
saying.
no.
You were saying.
I had a question for you, Richard.
Okay.
What do you think about in terms of like art influence and like cultural centers? Do you think cities will become not completely irrelevant, but not nearly as important or as
You should
relevant as
pay
they
him
used to be
$3 for
in
a
terms of
question, to
like
be honest.
You have to
influencing
super
like
chat
culture and
him.
whatnot,
You got a super
just
chat,
because of the
Spencer.
internet?
Ding. Super chat.
Yeah. I mean, I see where you're going. I mean, I think there's something special about a city that can't really be replaced. But I'm not sure I have a hot take on this, actually. I would have to think about it. I mean,
It seems like everything's more decentralized now. It's becoming like culture. Like if you look at the way everything kind of spreads
yeah, but
mimetically through the internet.
yeah. And everything's decentral. Like culture is over. I mean, rock is dead.
Man, don't say that.
Hollywood is over.
Oof.
Hold on,
I
man.
mean, not that there aren't like real problems with all of these institutions, but I think it's very clear that we're moving towards a kind of post-technological society in the sense of those like top-down organizations. The mainstream media is obviously over. These institutions that were able to kind of organize us like churches are all being fragmented and fractured. And so it's like, where do we go from here? I mean, what is the music of our day?
TikToks.
I actually think about that a lot. There's like no shared culture. Like if you were to make like a that 2020 show, like how would you even describe the era? It's so fragmented.
Well, people
Total
were saying that in the 2000s and the 2010s is like what defined the 2000s, the 2010s. We're kind of getting that now. It takes several decades to really define a century or a decade. I mean, people were still dressing like they were in the 60s and the 70s, and people were still dressing how they were in the late 70s and the 80s. Like it takes time to define that. So, like to say what defined a decade in the 2000s or the 2010s is still too early to say, in my opinion.
That's fair enough, but I think it's real this time. Like I
Yeah,
don't
because you
think
can
we're
like
the
really. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, you can go.
No, I was just saying like because compared to like the 60s or the 70s or like sort of pre-internet decades, you can't really like purity spiral the fuck out of your surroundings like you can now, if that makes any sense.
Oh, you can't.
So everybody's going to be generally on
when it
board.
comes to the cars, like let's say cars, for example, the cars from like 1968 to 1974 were pretty similarly shaped. It's the most iconic parts of the things that we kind of like forget about or remember the most that define the era. There was like a bunch of different things in those eras, but we just remember those iconic things. So like when it comes to what defines the 2000s, the 2010s, and now the 2020s, we'll recognize that when we're older. I mean, I'm 26 and I don't even know. Is that stupid or does that make sense?
I just think
kind of.
you're reducing the problem and you're just like explaining it away of like, ah, yeah, things change. We'll figure it out. Like, there's something fundamentally different about where we're living right now.
The thing
like I get what you're saying.
Hey, Richard, is what you're saying is the things that are made now just have no soul?
Isn't the disintermediation of media like it's just becoming this all the world's a stage and every new media figure is just their stream? It's just like
I mean
their
that's what
extended
like
Instagram story.
we're losing. I think we're losing top-down organizations in many ways. I mean, it's like the mainstream media no longer is, the truth factory for millions of Americans. There's no rock star. I mean, I don't know. I mean, Taylor Swift. I mean, okay. She's. It's just. I guess I could go off on Taylor Swift a little bit, but she's not really defining.
Go ahead.
Well, she's defining this like, I guess kind of like post-feminist. Like I'm so, I don't know. It's too late. I don't want to go on a riff on Taylor Swift, but like there's something just like so vacuous about it, and it's like cute girl, but like there's no there to those songs or to. And anyway, what I'm saying is that like there's all of these institutions are top down and they kind of have to be. There has to be like a New York Times, a Wall Street Journal, something that's basically like giving you the truth. There ultimately has to be a FM radio or an MTV or something that kind of curates the songs that define you. And all of these things have organic components, but they're top down. And these institutions are getting smashed. I don't think there's going to be a Hollywood myth making factory. I think people are going to be watching like Twitch or people playing video games.
So what you're saying is that we had in the past, from the 90s to before, was that the elite did have good taste and they would dictate what the lower classes would consume.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, the bread and circuses used to be a lot better. But I mean, like, you see all these stupid memes of like, oh, only 90s kids will get this. Like, my son's 10, and I'm sure the stuff he's watching on YouTube, because nobody watches TV anymore, is going to be different based on his algorithm and then all his friends. So, like, what are they going to get nostalgic about when they're 30? Like, they're all watching different shit. They're
If
all
you have
watching
an
different
elite
TV
that's
shows.
not controlled by, degenerate media, really, like I'm okay with them dictating what is good content and what is good to consume. Like the people in charge of the movies and television, if they have good taste, that's fine with me.
Yeah, but it's like all service based now, so it's not like instead of like what you're saying, Richard, about you have like the filmmakers or you have like these, Wall Street journals. It's Twitter or X and YouTube.
Is this a stupid
Twitch, whatever?
No, what's
is
happening?
like,
What's happening is we're moving away from a consumer economy.
Hey, Richard,
towards
I'm
a
sorry you had your mic unmuted. I'm just going to say this real quick, and I know you have a good take. I know you do. So is the reason that we have such a bad economy of things that we're consuming is because it went ad based versus ticket sales?
Like the difference, is the difference between because you pay $9.99 for Spotify every month as opposed to purchasing a vinyl record or going to someplace?
Kind of. I think so. It's much more of a service based. So it's like you don't have people. I mean, like obviously you have people from the top down that are running these platforms, but like you don't have like a Hollywood per se, like a 20th Century Fox from the top down that is essentially creating movies for you. You have hold on.
But also,
So you
it was the box office hit. The box office hit. not just the ad revenue. That's what everything is run off of now, is ad revenue. And so maybe we're getting bad content now because the masses are consuming whatever it is, and they get ad revenue regardless versus what they want to spend their money on.
Well, it's
No,
a
no.
lot of like people
I'll
from
agree.
it's a lot of people making stuff from the ground up. So you don't have people at the top that are like pitching these movies and like these top boards. It's a lot of like YouTubers or people that just kind of go viral and on these platforms, like these creative platforms, and that's
Yeah,
Yeah,
kind of goes from the
there's
middle
like
out.
parasocial relations. I mean,
Yeah.
we're engaging in this right now. I mean, I hope that what we're doing is more, of a higher quality than the other stuff. But like, people watch YouTube to like be with their quote friend, end quote, who's playing video games or doing makeup or whatever. And so it's just a fundamentally different thing. There's no kind of like idol on the screen that
Well, yeah,
you
like
admire and is kind of above you and
When
beyond you.
you
Like
say an idol,
we've left
do
that.
you mean like somebody like if they're watching a presidential debate with Richard Nixon or Ronald Reagan, or is that what you mean, idol on the screen?
No, I'm referencing Hollywood idols.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
Brad
the
Pitt.
idols we have now are the same ones we had
They
20
took
years
all the
ago.
idols and smashed them. Yes.
I did mean to interrupt you, Richard. What I meant was like we do have we've shifted between our historical idols versus the idols that play a character on the screen.
Well, no, he's saying we're all idols now. All the world's a stage. All media is just like our stream, our extended Instagram story, or something like that.
But that's
and like
not
social
necessarily
media has totally eaten that stage.
Yeah, but also
the
like
issue is that
the idols that we had on the screen when television, well, firstly radio and then television was a thing, is we put real people on the screen, like real people, like leaders were on the screen, and now we have people who play those people. So like that's what I kind of mean is that like we have.
Dude, we've always
Go.
had movie stars. What are you talking about?
I just mean like
Yeah, that's
really
not.
yeah.
early
Yeah,
on
there's a lot
versus
of
what we
nonsense
have
going on
now.
here.
I think
Yeah,
from
I
what
don't think
I
you're understanding.
understand, you're saying that it's too fragmented and personalized. Like, it's not that everybody's watching the same idol. Everyone's watching their favorite idol.
Yeah.
So people don't have any common denominators that are
Right.
like on a societal level to
That's
talk
fine.
about. When
That doesn't matter.
And
It's whatever.
there's no human curation. There's an
That's a
algorithmic
good. That's a
curation.
good thing. That's a good thing
No, it's
because the
not.
old
Interesting
system.
question. Yeah.
Oh no, so I don't agree with you at all on this, Richard. I think it's absolutely a good thing because what it means is the only thing that can really replace something like that is the state, right? Because if everybody's fractioned, or basically fractured into their own little ecosystem, then something will fill that void to have the kind of common culture. And the only thing that can really do that is the state or the government in a meaningful way.
I don't think so. Hollywood did it for like half a century.
Hollywood existed because a whole bunch of criminal Jews wanted to take the cash that they were making and launder it through the movie business. Same thing with the record business. And I, for one, am very happy that they're
This is
getting.
just extremely reductive, Charles. I mean,
No, but
it's reductive.
it's not reductive.
Ridiculous.
Listen, it's not reductive in a bad way. Listen, I like a lot of the high art, just like I like going to Italian restaurants that are run by the mob. Doesn't mean I can't like appreciate Chinatown or Woody Allen films or whatever. But we all know like what happened, right? Like what happened is Netflix showed up and it put a bullet in the business model of a lot of these things, right? Spotify or really Napster showed up and it put a bullet in a lot of these like criminal syndicates masquerading as record companies. And I, for one, am happy they're dead. Like, I actually think there's something very fascist about these like giant movie stars, or like you see all these Taylor Swifty like people, and they're in a cult. Like, it's a disgusting postmodern cult, but it's still a cult. And I
There's
don't
no
want
doubt about it.
I don't want to share a
But
country with.
you want to replace that with the state, which
No, I
which
think the
sounds
state
rather.
will replace that because
Well,
I think
Charles, I think what you're
The
saying is you
state has
want
no
more
ability to
cults, not
replace
less
it.
cults, right? You
No,
just have a lot of smaller
I'm saying that
cults.
we're in a transitionary period right now. So like if you look at the old economies, right? Like every economy needs to like stimulate demand, right? So you have a consumer economy, which is effectively what we've had until like the COVID conflict. Uh Basically what we had was we bought a bunch of cheap shit from China. We gave them these like paper bills called dollar bills. They then went to a bunch of Jews in the United States or a bunch of compromised oligarchs here, and they like brought those dollars back, and that's why our cities are all fucked up, right? Through all the weird real estate deals they were doing, or why venture and private equity are destroying our businesses. And that was the model. Like the world model was Chimerica. It was China, America, with a bunch of people like Jared Kushner intermediating all the flows of those dollars. And that world model is over now, and everyone's kind of like looking for what replaces it. And you look around the world and like what's happening, like the governments of pretty much every country are spending a lot more money. They're investing a lot more in national security related things, on intelligence gathering apparati. And like we're moving from an economy that, if you remember your macroeconomics, it's, C plus I plus G. It's consumer, investment, government. That's what determines an economy. And we're consuming less because we can't afford our groceries or we can't afford gas as much. And so what we're doing is we're moving more into a world that's more real, right? In that you have to like think very seriously about like how are you going to afford groceries? How are you going to afford your rent? And that world is one that's like a lot more interesting and a lot more real than the kind of strange zero interest rate, watch some dudes play video games, nothing matters, attitude. And so people are basically breaking away from this kind of strange cult inducing Facebook, TikTok, Twitter world. And that, which of course gave us QAnon, which of course gave us January 6th, because the state is realizing that like, hey, a lot of these influencers are like dangerous, right? They're like the Andrew Tates of the world are like clearly backed by criminal organizations, right? Or the Ben Shapiros of the world are clearly like working for Netanyahu. And so what's happening is the state is like auditing these things, and the state is like cracking down on them in all these different ways. And we don't yet have like a charismatic figure. Like it's not obviously not Joe Biden, although he could well serve a kind of function here, if he could if he could basically summon people more. If he were a little younger, maybe it would work. But basically, the state, we're moving away from a consumer economy to a state-directed economy. So our heroes are going to move out of the realm of consumption, right? They're going to move away from rock stars and movie stars to one that's like more fascistic. That's basically where we're going, or dirigiste if you don't like the F word. And I think this is good, personally, because the only thing that can kind of stitch us all together is a kind of techno surveillance state run by a charismatic leader, because we're too racially, ethnically, basically a mishmash of all these different groups. So we're waiting now.
There needs to be I think you're mixing and matching a few things. All of these people who you're complaining about, like Ben Shapiro, Andrew Tate, Joe Rogan, these are expressions of the fragmentation of big media. And
yeah, I regard this as
a
good thing. The state is going to crush a Ben Shapiro, right? Ultimately, he's going to get.
But the state was more legitimate, and America was more united when it had things like Hollywood, etc. And so, it's like you have to add something. I just feel like you reduce everything to like this engineering question, where it's like who has the most, the best tech or whatever. It's like societies function through mythology and connection and like senses of destiny. You need something. And
no doubt,
I think
people tried that with Obama.
Has no ability to do that.
People tried that with Obama, right? Obama was supposed to be the bridge between Hollywood and our politics, right? He was kind of created by the tech world, right? He was a sort of like larger than life figure. Like if you remember 2008, he was supposed to be like the savior, right? And it didn't really work because people saw through him ultimately. But it worked for a time, Same thing with Trump. Trump was the kind of right-wing Obama. People projected onto him their hopes, their fears. Like nobody even really knows what "Make America Great Again" really means, right? So we're trying to create these figures, but the problem is that the ones that are being created are all kind of they don't really work, right? So like, there's a reason all the reality TV stars and all the reality TV production companies back Trump, and it's not just because he's a reality TV star. It's because they think that they can basically, in the real world, produce a product that we all consume, and that is like a kind of rock star figure. And it's not working thus far, but it doesn't mean it won't work ultimately. You know, like there is a world in which basically the TikTok star becomes president of the United States, right? Like that's not a crazy thing to think
Yeah.
about. You know?
Yeah, that's what'll come after Trump is the only thing I can think of. And Trump is
Yeah.
like the greatest expression of this all the world's a
Beast
stage kind of thing.
Mr. Beast for president, right? Like pretty obviously. You know?
Well, it's already eating cable news. These streamers command audiences that cable news had.
Yeah.
And it will determine political culture.
The bankruptcy of Fox News is going to be the story, right? Like when Fox is ultimately bankrupted, like a post Murdoch, post McConnell, post McCarthy GOP is like so unthinkable right now that no one even really knows like how to even conceive of it, right? Like, and the Mike Pences of the world are like, let's go back to warmed over Reaganism, and it's like, no, we're not going back to that, Mike. Like, get in the closet where you belong and stay in there, you know. So that's kind of what's going on right now.
Yeah, to the original question though, I think it's probably bad, right? There's no curatorial editorial authority that really that keeps the New York Times in check or something Fox News might do, or like.
I wanted to ask a question of Richard real quick. Richard, what do you make of Hunter Biden suing everyone now? Like, what do you make of our hero? Like, I mean, you and I were early on the Hunter Biden for president campaign. How things changed for you? I mean, what's your read on the Hunter zeitgeist?
It's over.
He's been rendered speechless.
It is an overwhelming question. Fair.
I mean, it is.
The host is connection issues.
Reconnects.
That's the deep state. They heard Hunter Biden and they knew they had to shut it down.
Well, they heard us talking about the dollhouse, and that was just.
They're not ready for that level.
Good.
Yeah. On the hunt, the hunter was the hunted, but now he's back to being the hunter. I thought it was very interesting how he's suing Yakov Applebaum. He's suing Giuliani. He's just suing everyone. Good stuff. You love to see it.
Chuck, if I could just reel in this discussion, what are your political thoughts on Lana Del Rey?
I mean, I like it. I think the song American Whore or whatever is like very, 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 what is it, A&W? I think that song is basically like maybe a good 40% of the women I know in my age cohort.
Do you like the last part of the song, the rapping?
I'm not keen on the rapping. I sort of tend to skip over that because it's a very long song.
Fuck.
So I sort of whatever. But yeah, I mean, I like it. I like how ridiculous it is.
Well, let's go. That's an endorsement.
I'm for it. You know, into every life, a little pop music must fall. You get to choose which pop star you like. That's how it works.
You know? So you're attacking the Swifties, but you're endorsing a much more rightful heir of American culture.
I just think there's something very bisexual about Taylor Swift, which we're not allowed to talk about. And like, it's very obvious to me that she's some kind of bisexual. Like, she looks like this bisexual girl that I knew from